Hi, this is Editor Hella here. Due to the copyright restrictions of Black Butler as a franchise, certain parts of this video are just going to be straight up annexed out in order to make sure that I can remain compliant with YouTube's copyright system. So, during these sections that are going to be straight up copywritten, you're just going to get a speed paint of me drawing a picture. The audio will stay. So if you were expecting anything fancy, I apologize. On to the video. Hi guys, welcome to the super extra long Black Butler video I promised 5 ever ago. It's just been a lot of researching and all that other jazz that is important to making these videos. Like, share, subscribe, and all that other stuff that is important. So, we're gonna start with Season 1 of Black Butler, but I feel like I have to put this disclaimer at the beginning. Season 1, which came out in 2008, is considered a hybrid canon. This means that the anime starts faithfully and then takes a hard left into a roundabout and then just goes off into the cornfield into fanfiction land. And I need to stress that it has motifs from the original source material, but it is not at all faithful to the source material. So if you are a person who has read the manga and you watch the anime, you're gonna be like, I don't know what this is, but it's not what I read. So, this is for the people who've only ever seen the anime and are super duper confused. If you watched Danny Mata, you know he watched Black Butler and was being told by his audience, yeah man, that's only a little bit faithful. And he was like, huh? So, let me explain. Episode 1 through 6 is just the introduction arc. We meet CL, Sebastian, Tanaka, Bard, May Rin, and Finny. These are our core cast, but the only two that ever really matter all the time are CL and Sebastian. CL and Sebastian are the main duo of this that we have to always be worried about, because CL is a child who made a Faustian contract with Sebastian the demon. And this is where things get interesting. The reason why it gets interesting is because episode 1 through 6, being an introduction arc, does a lot of heavy lifting for us, the viewer, if you've never read the manga, of really establishing their relationship. This is also the episodes where we are introduced to the Jack the Ripper case, but it is altered from its original source material for viewing pleasure. We have to jump ahead to episode 13 through 15, where we meet the other part of our fun little cast and crew, which are Agni and Soma. Soma is a prince from India, and Agni is his retainer, the guy who follows him around. We're also introduced to CL's fiancée, Elizabeth. We don't see her too much, and I know that if you watch the anime only, sometimes you can find her just a little annoying, and that's not without merit. She's written that way on purpose. So, this is a 24 episode season. What happened to all the other seasons? Thanks for asking. This is where we veer off into that roundabout before we hit the land of fanfiction. Episodes 7 through 12 are where we're introduced to Angela, and also are introduced to Madame Red, who is CL's aunt, and all of the stuff that's happening with her. And then we jump to episode 16 all the way to the end. Oh, right, one quick thing I almost forgot. This is Grell. She pops in and out of the series a lot. Grell is a Grim Reaper, and the Grim Reapers do make an appearance religiously throughout the series, but she is the first one we're introduced to. She's funny and hilarious, and I love her very much. I almost forgot about her, so that's why this is here. Anyway, where it is implied that the Queen of England is corrupt, which I don't know why that was news, but okay. Angela, who's also known as Ash, is revealed as a demon. We get some more fun fanfiction demon lore, and we get a cool angel versus demon fight scene. I promise I'm not trying to make it sound silly, but it kind of is on retrospect. There is one important thing to note, though. By episode 24, the anime has created its own ending and theology, entirely divorced from the original material that it's supposed to be based off. This is not manga canon, but it is internally consistent to anime canon insofar as what their fanfiction was doing. It makes sense, but not really. This leads us to Season 2. Season 2 aired in 2010. It's fully anime original. All of the episodes are just straight up fanfiction. We're introduced to Alois, and Claude, who are also the same as Sebastian and CL. This season helps us expand the rules of contracts and what demons can and can't do. It brings up demon rivalry, which spawned a lot of ships. So many ships. We'll get there, I promise. And it asks the question, what happens if your soul ends up being split? Which is fun. Like, for it being fan fiction, it's fun fan fiction. But this season doesn't exist alongside the manga. In fact, it's so hardcore fan fiction that a lot of people outright dismiss season 2 because it has nothing to do at all with Black Butler. Most people that come into Black Butler now usually start back in 2014 when Book of Circus happened, because that's fully canon with the manga. I'm gonna go through every season of this, but I need to really hammer in home how weird the first season is and how weird season 2 is before I dive into my whole theology universe. So, what does this mean? Well, the two separate canons exist, and this kind of matters, because this means that there are two legitimate Black Butler timelines, which is the anime canon, which is basically fanfiction, based off of original source material that was animated for us, and then there's manga canon, which means all of this actually was written by the woman who wrote the original manga, and therefore it is the Gospel of God. So, in anime canon, this is season 1 and season 2, and all the OVAs tied to that show during season 1 and season 2. Totally legit canon. That's it, right? It's anime canon. Alternate universe timeline, that's actually the correct one, is manga canon. Episodes 1 through 6 only, and that's really loosely in season 1, are legitimate. Book of Circus, Book of Murder, Book of the Atlantic, the Emerald Witch arc, Public School arc, all of those are canon. But if you've never read the manga, the anime canon isn't wrong. I view it as gothic reinterpretation. Let me cook. So this is the reason why the filler episodes add value, especially if you've only watched the anime. You've never picked up the manga ever in your life. This is really important as far as building from the original source material into making it something your own, because in 2008 the manga was slow going, and the people who have to drawing takes a lot of time. I'm sorry, manga takes a minute. The anime not so much. I don't know what to tell you, they exploit their people more. But here's the thing, the filler episodes do emotional, atmospheric, and philosophical work the manga takes time to get to, and it really does a lot of heavy lifting, is because they develop Sebastian as more of a horror figure than anything else. Let me explain. In the manga, Sebastian is controlled and polite, and it takes him a long time to unmask his demon heritage to everybody and their mother all the time. However, in the anime filler, they don't got that kind of time. So they just were like, you know what, we're gonna add some giddy up juice in him and call it good. Sebastian in the anime is actively predatory. He's cruel in really subtle ways, and he is emotionally manipulative. You can see this in episodes, specifically in the Angel arc, when he's having his private moments, and during the Queen's corruption. These moments shine really good in showing all of the active predation, this cruelty, and the manipulation, and it helps frame Sebastian as less charming, but more monstrous, which is perfect if you're consuming this as a gothic horror rather than a mystery, which is what Black Butler is supposed to do. It's always, you know, a murder mystery whodunit trying to get to the end of the revenge plot that CL is striving towards in later seasons, but in these first two seasons, they kind of don't do that. And again, as far as fanfiction goes, they're really good seasons, is because they let CL exist as a child, more so than they make him exist as a plot engine to get us from point A to point B. And by that I mean, the anime filler lets us see CL when he's bored, when he's being petty, his fear of abandonment, which comes up in later arcs, don't get me wrong, but we haven't gotten there yet, and his emotional dependency on Sebastian. This is the reason why this kind of viewpoint of, if you only view this from the lens of somebody who's never read the manga, is like really doing work, is because it makes the contract feel not only exploitative, but tragic and unstable. Without this filler, without this fanfiction, anime-only viewers would see CL as hyper-competent. But with the filler, you see the cost of that competence. CL is a kid, no matter what we do, even if we go into the canon arcs. CL is a 13, 14-year-old little boy. I'm sorry, when people try and sit there and tell me that teenagers at this point in time are getting more independence, I don't trust any 14-year-old I know to remember the 2 things I told them to get from the grocery store, let alone run a whole company, be in the middle of a Faustian bargain, also have all this other stuff happening to them all the time. The suspension of disbelief is having to do a lot of work. I understand that. But with the filler, it makes you see Ciel as the child who is way, way, way out of his depth, and Sebastian as the predatory demon who knows for a fact that this kid is out of his depth and is exploiting him. The shark knows there's blood in the water, and he's making sure that Ciel never realizes there is no lifeboat coming for you. I'm your only lifeboat. This is why when we get to the Angel arc in this little fanfiction universe, it ends up adding thematic contrast to everything. Angela, or Ash, since they're both the same person, just in different colors, are not manga canon. Like, at all. Not even a little bit. This is straight up somebody's OC. Shout out to whoever got to put their OC into Black Butler. We love you for it. Anyway, this does bring up into this context a separate question that comes with demon contract stories. If hell is considered canon in the universe, which the Faustian bargain, that would be legitimate, then this has to also include heaven, because it's 2 sides of the same coin. So that's where it's really doing the work, is because with the introduction of a heaven and a hell, both being canon in this universe, this means that they are able to indicate that with Angela being how she and they, I'm just gonna call them they, how they are, it introduces not only false divinity, but it also introduces religious violence, which I'll get to in a second. I promise I have facts and stories for this. The religious violence ends up framing this little section as, which evil would you prefer? Pure evil? Or the chosen evil? Do you want the angel or the guy who literally told you to your face, I will in fact see you in hell, because I'll be going with you in the elevator? Those are your options. This ends up reframing Sebastian as not the worst murderer in the room. He's just the more honest choice. And from a gothic storytelling perspective, that is super duper interesting. Walk with me to the pier. You don't gotta get on the boat with me, but walk with me to the pier. If the angels are considered canon in this fanfiction universe, and demons are considered canon in this universe, this brings up the question of not only God, but also the devil. And this means that there are more people divorced from Ciel in Season 1 who also have Faustian bargains running around doing all kinds of stuff. This also means that there are people like the Queen of England who have angelic contracts, the other side of the coin, and how that works in conjunction with everything. So why is that important? Because when you introduce this kind of a dynamic of heaven and hell and who's getting the souls and what are these things that are not human willing to do to get them, it asks the question, okay, but why? What is the end game? Well, you have to go to Season 2 for that. Because Season 2 asks questions that the manga took years to reach and also, get to. For example, what happens after you get your revenge? What happens when demons get bored of her waiting so long to eat a soul? What happens if the contract is a little bit too airtight? What happens? Well, in Season 2, they actually just straight up tell you. So where Ciel was born into nobility and royalty and had been groomed and trained to be the next Earl of Phantom Hive and the Queen's watchdog, Alois in Season 2 is not that. Alois is messy and loud, cruel for cruelty's sake. But he is a mirror to Ciel, just without all of the aristocratic polish and hoity-toity accent. That's why the Claude versus Sebastian debate in Season 2 isn't subtle. It's directly an examination of not only ownership and consumption, but the emotional labor between a demon and a child. Sebastian cooks and cleans and keeps Ciel's house running like a well-oiled machine. Claude does the same thing for Alois, but Claude definitely does not give a damn ever about Alois. He sees Alois as one thing, food. With as Sebastian, we, the audience, are constantly left there wondering, my guy, are you gonna eat him or make him marry you? What is happening? We'll get there when we get there, I promise. But it does make you uncomfortable when you realize that Claude straight up just wants to eat this fool. Sebastian, you don't know what he's doing. And that makes him a scarier kind of demon, is because one that's gonna eat you, well, you know what the ending is. the one that treats you a little too nice, you're gonna sit there and be like, oh, no, that's okay, I'm good. So, if you've never read the manga, this filler straight up feels intentional, and the escalation there in it feels earned. The ending, by contrast, is not abrupt to you if you've never read the manga. It feels operatic and like it's supposed to be there, because divorced from the manga, the original source material, this functions like a complete gothic tragedy instead of an ongoing mystery series. Why is that important? Because in the bottom line, if you've never read the manga, the filler isn't a flaw, it's structure. The anime canon is a closed gothic narrative as opposed to an ongoing murder mystery series and a revenge plot all at the same time. The emotional arcs end up landing harder and faster, even if they don't make sense to you, the manga reader, but they make sense to the anime watcher. Sebastian becomes scarier because of this closed proximity, and CL, by contrast, is so much sadder, like, compared to his manga counterpart. Because with Sebastian being so much scarier, and CL still being a 12 to 13 year old boy in season 1 and season 2, it brings up the question, because how did CL get to where he's going? I know the answer comes in later arcs, but this is for season 1 and season 2. How did CL get to be how he is? What happened in the tragedy that made him have to summon a demon? It's implied a lot of the way through season 1 and in season 2, because Alois is a direct metaphor for what is going on. But it does bring up the question, CL being an abused child who now has what is basically a guard dog on steroids, what does that actually do for a child who is suffering from not only mental scars but also the physical and emotional labor of losing his family? We have to go to season 3 for that in order to really dissect that. But for right now, in season 1 and season 2, it makes sense, because of course it does. We don't have to know or understand in season 1 and season 2 why CL is the way he is, because you'll eventually get there all on your own. But we do understand is that Sebastian, for all of his loving touches and constantly saying, yeah, you're right to CL, there is an underlying uncomfortableness that comes with this type of dynamic and relationship. And I need to be so for real, dude. When Black Butler was coming out, I was alive when Black Butler came out. I was a fan of it, dude. I was in middle school. Jeez. I was a fan of it, and CL was my favorite character. He's still my favorite character, because he reminds me of a sad little meow meow who's always so wet. Not really. He reminded me of a believable child character who has now been thrust into the role of an adult that he is super duper not prepared to do. And subsequently, I liked how Sebastian looked, right? I thought Sebastian looked really nice, but I didn't like Sebastian. Sebastian made me uncomfortable even in middle school because of how season 1 and subsequently season 2 portrayed him. Why is this important? Because even though it is not outright said with the words, he's it's implying it in the way that he touches CL, and the way he talks to CL, and the way he holds CL all the time. This holding stuff never, ever, gets better. But it does help frame a certain narrative. It frames the narrative of why is he like this? And I feel like we actually have to talk about the creator of Black Butler in order to really focus on that, because if we don't, then this little season 1 and season 2 synopsis kind of doesn't make sense. So really quick, this is a really a really clear, grounded history of Yana Toboso, which is the creator of Black Butler. And we kind of need to focus on her life and the influences that might have helped shape the manga. This is not a resume, this is more of a let's run through this really fast. So she was born in 1984 in Japan, and that means that she grew up in the late 80s to the 90s during the anime and manga boom. So she would have been around this everywhere all the time. This, during the 80s and 90s anime boom, was gothic horror, dark fantasy, magical girls. Whatever I know Kusabi was, there's no way to put that on screen. That's the manga title. I couldn't touch that even if I wanted to. YouTube would nuke me off the face of the planet. This is also during the time, during the 80s and 90s, where European literature and aesthetics filtered through the Japanese media with a lot of different shows and everything being transferred from England and America to Japan. Toboso has been very open about being a lifelong fan of gothic imagery, including but not limited to Victorian England, aristocratic decay, class violence, religious hypocrisy, pretty things that rot, regular girl stuff. She's also spoken about being interested in uncomfortable power dynamics, particularly between adults and children, masters and servants, something that becomes the spine of Black Butler. Why is this important? Because having an interest in the uncomfortable power dynamics between masters and servants, children and adults, and really examining that, from a academic lens, and condemning it is super cool. That is not what is happening here, at all, in Season 1 and Season 2. The way it's drawn, the way it's presented, the voice acting, it's very what it sounds like. And I don't think she means to do that, but that's how I'm interpreting it. That might be how you interpret it. But here's where we have to go into the early career of Yana Toboso. So before Black Butler, she worked primarily in shonen manga, which is important because it explains why Black Butler straddles genres so effectively. Not shonen, which is punching stuff in little boy anime, and shoujo, which is like Sailor Moon and glitter. So why is that important? Her early works, like Rust Blaster in 2005, it's only got one volume, gothic European-inspired fantasy. It has demons, guns, religious institutions, snarky supernatural beings. This, in my personal opinion, feels like a prototype for Black Butler. Sebastian-like characters, Western aesthetic filtered through Japanese storytelling, a fascination with ritualized violence. This work, in 2005, caught the attention of Square Enix, who were looking to expand their manga lineup beyond the traditional fantasy that, spawned. So, what happened? Well, in 2006, Black Butler was created, and it was greenlit to be serialized. The serialization in Monthly G Fantasy started in 2006. She was only 22 years old when it started. Originally, Black Butler was not meant to be a long-running, continuous thing. The early chapters leaned heavily into dark comedy, episodic mystery, and supernatural hijinks. But then two things happened. Number one, people loved Sebastian. Just his popularity, boom, exploded. And number two, that she realized she could slowly turn the series into a psychological horror. And that's super duper fine, right? That's great, knowing that you can stretch out your story to get to where you're going and still have it make sense. You can kind of see the artistic influences as well in a lot of her work. The Jack the Ripper lore, British aristocracy, class system and servants, imperialism and colonial violence, especially later in the manga. And she's admitted that her version of England is a fantasy England, not a historical one, which is fair. There are plenty of fantasy worlds all over the globe who do fantasy England or the fantasy Wild West. It's not a condemnation, it's just we see it. So this means that accuracy became less important than the vibe, which is why the manga feels mythic rather than realistic. It's the reason why CL, being a 12 to 14-year-old little boy, is somehow running an entire company all by his lonesome. Toboso is deeply influenced by stage plays, musicals, and Takarazuki Revue, or all-female theater. This ends up explaining the dramatic poses, costume fetishes, and characters who behave like they're always on stage in the manga, and in these early episodes too. It also can explain Sebastian's performative perfection is because of these influences. This, I can admit, is 100% me reaching for stuff based off of what I have access to, so grain of salt. She has also written and supervised Black Butler stage plays. You ever been to a Japanese stage play? That's the funnest shit ever. 10 out of 10. You guys should totally go watch one. But this means that because she was supervising and wrote these stage plays, she got to design the costumes and she did the script all by herself. Obviously, there were people who were editing it, but when the script is handwritten by somebody and then edited by another person, they're gonna keep to whatever she wrote down. This means that there are a couple of themes that end up defining her work even if it gets handed off to an editor. As Black Butler matured with Toboso over the years, she leaned harder into themes she clearly cared about. Power and consent, Faustian contracts as metaphor, children forced into adult roles, obedience framed as love. CL is not romanticized. He's used, even when he wins. Sebastian is constantly always portrayed as the man who has a plan for everything, because it's not outright stated, but but it is seen in seasons 1 and 2. Sebastian loves CL like how a kid loves their toy, only so much. He does, at certain points, play with the idea of, alright, how much damage can I actually let this kid take before they're just gonna, like, hurt him too much and then I gotta have to deal with it. Later arcs, not these first two, obviously, right when we get into the actual canon stuff. Later arcs deal heavily with disassociation, false selves, memory loss, the idea that identity can be manufactured, and all the other dressings of gothic horror. These themes mirror Toboso's shift from comedic gothic to existential horror, which is like a grounding for gothic horror in general. This also means that for gothic horror, a lot of times, that religion is often used as violence in these worlds, and we see that in the first 2 seasons. The angels aren't saviors in this. The churches end up hiding how cruel everybody else is, and purity ends up getting framed as more dangerous than sin because of the ideology that goes with it. This is one reason the anime's angel arc, even though it's not canon, feels spiritually aligned with her worldview. Again, season 1 and season 2 might as well just be fanfiction, because if Black Butler started in 2006 and the first anime started in 2008, that is 2 years of manga to go through, and they caught up to it extraordinarily fast. No duh, they had to make fanfiction. So, what does that mean? Well, amazingly enough, Toboso was not heavily involved in the early anime, like, at all. Publicly, she supported the anime as a reinterpretation, not as a replacement. She later became more involved with Book of Circus, Book of Murder, Book of the Atlantic, the Emerald Witch arc, the public school arc, all of the other stuff. Her increased involvement coincides with tighter adaptations, darker tone, and less comedic filter, because she had a more heavy hand in it. These first 2 were just, alright, we'll just copy what's down, and then when we catch up, we'll do whatever we're doing. Which was for a lot of anime back in the early 2000s. It's not just Black Butler, but for specifically this video, Black Butler. So, what else? Well, Toboso has done a lot of stuff other than Black Butler. Like, she designed the characters for Twisted Wonderland, which is a Disney project. For the record, you can tell her art style pretty good is because she was, she makes pretty boys really good. Here, look at Twisted Wonderland. Look at how pretty everybody is. They look like Sebastian, but with, like, themed outfits. Anyway, because she has other stuff going on outside of Black Butler, this means that she got to continue to explore villains with charm, institutional evil, aesthetic beauty masking harm. She's known in the industry, just straight out, for her meticulous art, strong control over adaptations, and being private and intensely work-focused. She's not they're constantly on Twitter harassing their fans and interacting with them. Me, personally, the reason why I bring up Yana Toboso is because she matters in this conversation for season 1 and season 2. Yana Toboso didn't just create Black Butler. She helped normalize gothic horror in mainstream shonen, morally compromised protagonist, long-form trauma narratives under stylish aesthetics. Her work endures because it asks a quiet, ugly question beneath all the lace and silverware. What does it mean to survive if your survival belongs to someone else? This means, CL, what does your survival mean if the guy who promised you everything that you wanted also told you, would you prefer to be served with cranberries or corn when I finally plate you up? And I feel like that's super duper important, is because it's not dismissing CL's involvement in this. It's not dismissing Sebastian's involvement in all this. Claude and Alois are not divorced from a narrative like this. Even though it is basically fan fiction at this point, it still holds weight and value. I personally think that yes, Black Butler as a whole is wildly out of pocket all the time. However, I can also admit, with my own 2 eyes, that if you don't know anything about the manga, this is a pretty solid adaptation insofar as fanfiction. I've read worse fanfiction than this. I've read better fanfiction than this. This lands solely in the we're only playing it by enough of the rules to pretend to care. That's it. There's nothing wrong with it, though.
Damn it, my parlay!
He was a Bible song. He learned to pray when he was young, and all the tune that he could play was over the hills and far away. over the hills and the cliff way over the windshield my top, my top.
So, Book of Circus is officially where all of the canon material for Black Butler officially makes its reappearance. A lot of fans consider Book of Circus the start of the actual canon-like dialogue for Black Butler, and it shows, since Yana Toboso was completely and utterly connected to this. She was the director, the designer, how everything was supposed to go. She had a lot of hands-on involvement with the series going forward from here, starting with Book of Circus. So this is probably where all canon has to come in. Where season 1 and 2 were more or less fan fiction, this is actually where Black Butler starts. Fans have critiqued the start of Black Butler properly as Book of Circus since so many of the early arcs in Black Butler were skipped, but if you're only watching the anime and you have never read the manga, this is actually a really good starting point for a lot of people. So this entire arc starts out where, as you do, CL is told about something that the Queen of England tells him, hey, this is happening and I'm not liking it, so you have to take care of it, because he is, of course, the watchdog for her. Because in this, she's not an evil lady, she's just the Queen of England. The thing that's bothering her is there's a lot of children going missing, and as such, it's becoming irksome for her, because a lot of the police officers that might be in the middle of apprehending the kidnappers are ending up dead. So, CL has to, unfortunately, do his due diligence, and he ends up being roped into a circus act. And by that I mean, he tries really hard, kinda not really, to get out of it, and then he just can't because he is the watchdog. So Sebastian has to help him blend in enough to actually be picked to be part of the circus troupe. We, as the entire arc goes on, are kind of clued into the fact that this circus troupe is not as wholesome and haha clowns, yay the circus, as they appear to be. In fact, they're pretty malicious, but there is a backstory to them. So as the play goes on, as the arc goes on, we are introduced to all of the main core cast of the circus. We're introduced to Joker, who is the leader of this circus. We're introduced to Beast, who literally is the beast tamer for this circus. We're introduced to Peter and Wendy, who are, and I cannot stress this enough, they are not children, they are just small as far as adults go. They're the high wire trapeze act. We're introduced to Snake, which is also super duper important. We're introduced to the actual trapeze act, who is Doll, and then we're introduced to Jumbo, who is the strongman of the group. They are the core kidnappers in this, but we do find out that their backstory is actually really tragic. They were children who were put into an orphanage, and then a generous benefactor helped them become part of a circus act. The reason why this generous benefactor comes into play is because all of them, in some way, shape, or form, had deformities and maladies that afflicted them. It is implied through no fault of their own. We'll get there in a second, I promise. Put a pin in it. So, what's happening is that all of these children that are being kidnapped for a reason. And when we get to the end of this arc, we're shown why. The abuse that has been applied in season 1 and 2 but not outright stated is put on full display here in the circus arc. These children are being held in cages by a very shady organization who is using them for less than stellar means for purposes both wicked and terrible. They're killing them because they are trying to do something completely disgusting. Not like that, right? Just, we're gonna skip it. There's no essay. There's just something disgusting. So we're actually introduced to the guy who is the mastermind behind all of this. He has a backstory too. So way back forever ago when CL was like 7, he met him, and it's implied this guy is capital P pervy and capital C creepy all the way out the gate. He met CL when he was 7 with his father, and he liked how CL looked, and he mutilated himself to emulate youth and the beauty that he thought he saw in and I'm gonna stress this, a prepubescent child. That's weird. That's 100% weird. And CL straight up sometimes just looks at him and goes, I don't fucking remember you, because he was 7. Why would he remember him? No duh. And this, unfortunately, is where we find out that the reasoning behind the circus troupe constantly referring to this also air quotes generous benefactor as their savior is because supposedly he told them that he was keeping other children from the streets like them in an orphanage where they were safe and sound and everything was great. CL does as the watchdog is supposed to do and takes care of the problem for the Queen of England, and the circus troupe tragically does not survive. We also are introduced in this season to the fact that the staff of the Phantom Hive Manor are not just silly, goofy idiots like in season 1 and 2, they actually have backstories. May Rin might be blind as a bat, but that's because she's farsighted. She cannot see anything right up in front of her. She's an assassin, which is cool because they have guns everywhere preloaded for her for the sole explicit purpose of defending the house. If someone's gonna try and do something, not only is she gonna see them before they pop up over the hill, she already has all the ammunition right there to just go. Since all the guns are loaded, all she's gotta do is drop the empty one and grab the next loaded one. We're also introduced to the fact that Finny is dangerously strong. Like, this man took a direct headshot and didn't drop down. We'll get to Finny in a later arc, but for right now, man, that's doing a lot of work. We are also told that Bard is an ammunitions expert. He has a backstory. I'll just spoil it here because we're going to be here quite a while. He was a soldier, so he's not unused to being in the thick of it. He's quite competent at it. So when the circus troupe get told by their generous benefactor to take the Phantom Hive Manor, the Phantom Hive Manor ends up taking them instead. So why is this important? Well, CL feels bad for the murder and desecration of this troupe, as you do. So he wants to actually go find this air quotes so-called orphanage that these people were so hell-bent on protecting. He finds it, or at least the bare bones of it, whatever is left. There is nothing here. So why am I bringing this up? Well, because Black Butler, like I said in the beginning parts of this, is tackling a lot of heavy gothic subject matter. But this arc is less about the circus being an evil place and all of that, and more about the, and I'm gonna say this gently while I hold your hand, about the exploitation of children for the betterment of other people. Let me explain. Victorian London is one of the clearest historical examples of large-scale, socially normalized child exploitation, and it directly informs works like Black Butler. I'm gonna keep this as small as I can, but we have a lot to go over, since the Victorian era is so long. So we'll just go through it bit by bit. First of all, industrial exploitation is happening in the Victorian era. By the mid-1800s, child labor was not just common, it was 100% expected of the working class. Children as young as 4 to 6 years old ended up being told to work with their parents in textile mills, match factories, brickworks, chimney sweeping, especially really small, malnourished children because they could really get in there, and the long time meme of the children long for the mines. They usually only targeted boys for this, but they were willing to take anybody if they could get away with it. Which brings up the question, why children? Children are, by and far, without a doubt, 100% the least protected class ever throughout history. Well, that's why they picked children. Between the fact that their bodies are smaller, then they can fit into machines and shafts that adults just straight up can't get into, and they can be easier to control, corral, and outright verbally and physically abuse, children tended to be cheaper as far as workforces were concerned. And because they were less legally protected than their adult counterparts, most truly exploitative systems pick them first because your parents need the paycheck, and nobody is gonna say anything because nobody cares about you other than your parents, assuming you have them. Many children worked between 12 to 16 hours a day, which means they had exactly enough time to crawl home, pass out, maybe eat, and then do it all over again. A lot of them, a lot of the time, were beaten for slowing down on their work. You think your work quotas are bad? These kids had an entirely different demand placed on them. They developed permanent deformities, lung disease, and ended up dying young as a result of this. The famous factory acts were passed slowly and reluctantly and often ignored, due in large part to the industrial exploitation of children. Remember when I said that the circus troupe has a lot of things wrong with them, limbs missing, and things like that? It's implied that they were child workers in factories and were tossed out onto the street when their bodies suffered too much damage that they couldn't meet these unbelievable quotas that were placed onto them. When we're just not talking, factory work, we're talking about the whole entire thing. Workhouses were institutionalized abuse because, and I can't believe that I have to explain this, but there was a thing called the Poor Law in 1834. So the Poor Law was for children whose parents were dead, imprisoned, disabled, or just straight up too poor to do anything, and they got sent to workhouses. Workhouses were cruel from the word hello, because the conditions of these places were almost as bad, if not worse, than the factories that some of these kids ended up getting sent to. Families would end up being separated, children ended up being shaved, uninformed. Children ended up being shaved, uninformed, and renamed in order to make it harder to find them by any surviving family members later on. Food deprivation was a really cruel way that they kept these kids in line. If you're not going to work, you're not going to eat. Forced labor was often put on them as well. Like, if you're not going to do the job we assigned to you, we'll give you worse work, like breaking stones and oakum picking. I straight up don't know what oakum is, and in all honesty, it kind of really doesn't matter. It's something that sounds like it's gonna hurt if you don't pick it right. And of course, as is always presented in any Victorian drama, corporal punishment is just rampant everywhere in the Victorian era. The philosophy back then was poverty must be made worse than starvation, or people will rely on aid. First of all, wow, that is a hell of a way to decide that you do not care about your people. And children were not treated as victims. They were considered moral failures of the parents, because how dare you bring a mouth into this world that I, as the person giving you a job, didn't approve of. No duh. And this isn't even, my cat is here. Where was I? Blah, blah, blah. Here we go. And this isn't even taking into account the fact that child trafficking was really rampant back then. You think it's bad now. This was all over the board because they lied and said it was apprenticeship. Apprenticeship, my white ass. Many poor families were pressured or outright forced to give children to factories, farms, household, and even workshops under the guise of apprenticeships for their children in order to, air quotes, give them a better life. That's not true at all. Under the guise of apprenticeships, children were sold for lump sums, transported really far away from home, and completely unmonitored by any adult who would have cared about them. And once they got them wherever it is they were going to ship them, they had no resources, no oversight, no way to escape, and nobody willing to even listen to them. This was unfortunately super duper legal, and it was widely practiced. There were untold amounts of children shipped between who knows where to who knows who for the sake of, I guess, somebody earning a profit. And that is not more apparent than with the sexual exploitation and child prostitution that was happening during this time period. This is one of the darkest and most documented aspects, and it is something that actually affects CL the most, because even though he was used by these people for untold reasons, well, no, we get told later, but I'm not going to spoil it because that's rude, by untold reasons as far as this arc is concerned, the abuse he suffered at the hands of these people is outright stated in how he acts, because he doesn't like being touched. He doesn't like people holding on to him. He has nightmares about what happened. It is implied heavily it's because of the sexual exploitation and abuse he suffered while under these people's, well, I'm not going to say protection, abuse. We'll just call it what it is, abuse. The reason why this is the darkest and most documented aspect of the Victorian era is because until 1875, the age of consent in England was 12. Before that, it was 10, and earlier still effectively unenforced of who was sleeping with who. This means that thousands of children, some as young as 8 or 9, were forced into prostitution, particularly in London. They were orphans or runaways or workhouse children, or even worse still, sold by desperate families to earn a quick buck. Brothels openly advertised fresh or pure girls, which, like, gag me with a spoon and catch me outside with that shit. I will kill somebody if they touch a kid, I swear to God. This was widely known and widely ignored because it was just how things were done back then, and it's super duper gross. I can't stress that enough. It's gross. The 1885 maiden tribute scandal is kind of where we need to talk about, because journalist W.T. Stead exposed the trafficking of girls to wealthy men, which, you know what? Good for him. I'm glad he said something. But key revelations from his expose included that children were bought for as little as £5. £5? Get out of here. Like, we're just gonna do really quick, right? £5 in today American money is $6.90. But £5 in Victorian time, right? Conversion things. So Victorian times was 1837 to 1901. So £5 represented a specific amount of money equivalent to roughly 500 to 700 pounds in modern purchasing power. So what is £500 in today money? £500 in today money to US money, because I don't know, who watches my videos, but £500 European is $690 today money. What are you talking about? What? First of all, how dare you only buy somebody, especially a kid, for that little? But second of all, how dare you buy a kid at all? And the reason why this is super gross, again, thanks to this journalist, he found out that doctors certified the virginity for clients, which, what the fuck ever that means. That's even worse. And police often would prioritize protecting the abusers because these wealthy men usually came from really, really predominantly aristocratic, high-powered families. So the police were like, well, I can't do anything about that. All this led to a bunch of public outrage, which it should. We should go back to doing that. It's time to be publicly outraged, right? Just straight up. This public outrage, though, eventually led to the Criminal Law Amendments Act in 1885 of that same year. And it raised the age of consent to 16. That's still not good enough, but we'll take it. It's the Victorian times. These people were gross and weird, and I can't stress that enough. But this scandal confirms that elite exploitation was systematic. It wasn't just like a fringe on the society. And that is like not even the worst part, is because you think between the workhouses, the factory work, it's like, well, it can't get any worse. Oh, buddy, yes it does. Domestic servitude became invisible exploitation because, as far as the public was concerned, these kids are being trained to work in upper class households, so they'll have a job for their whole life. Well, that's good. No. A lot of these children worked as maids, valets, kitchen help, and errand boys, which, for a grown adult working 12 to 16 hours a day, okay, whatever. But kids can't be awake that long doing stuff. They clock out for a nap like halfway between like 9 and 10 because they've been up so long. And the worst part is that these children really didn't have anybody to talk to. These children lived in isolation. They had little to no education, were vulnerable to physical and sexual abuse by older people also working in the household, which was completely excused by the people who owned these upper class households because they really didn't care. They just wanted their work done for them. And worse yet, they were expected to show absolute obedience to not only the people who owned the house, but also all of the older people in the house because they were considered lowest man on the totem pole. What? Like, that's not a what like a question. That's a what like in disbelief. This power dynamic, child to servant to dependency, right? Just a weird, gross concoction of terrible life choices, is exactly what Gothic fiction later fixates on, is the dependency, the dread, the power imbalance, which, for a Gothic work, chef's kiss, that's great. It works really well here in Black Butlers, because even though it is implied that the power dynamic between Ciel and Sebastian is master and servant, there is no question ever who actually is the stronger of the two. Sebastian is a nigh immortal demon who eats people. What is a 13-year-old boy realistically going to do to something that can get shot in the face and spit bullets out? Nothing. Even though the dynamic is master-servant, the power imbalance isn't in favor for Ciel. It's in favor for Sebastian all the time. Worse yet, this power imbalance isn't just related in fiction or even here in the kids working as valets and maids and kitchen help and all this other crap. It's in orphanages and churches. It's in orphanages and churches and the air quotes moral reform of the Victorian era. No, it's not. Religious institutions often claim to save children. In practice, though, even though they claim this savior complex, they did forced labor, religious punishments, physical abuse, emotional cruelty, because it's easy to exploit and abuse children, because children were often framed as naturally sinful. I do not know who came up with that, but you need to get your stuff checked. You are unbalanced. Children were in need of discipline and grateful for suffering. Alright, gonna be 100% honest with you. Do I think children need to be disciplined? Yes, to a point. You need to teach your kid how to behave within the society around them. Like, don't listen to your phone at max volume in a crowded restaurant. That's rude. Don't take a phone call in a crowded area. That's rude. Chew with your mouth closed. Please, don't say something to somebody that you wouldn't want to be said to you, right? Discipline. Teaching them how to function inside the world. Yes, to a point. But not whatever the church was doing, which was objectively way worse. There's plenty of horror stories about the abuse the church handed out for free. And I don't know who's grateful for suffering, but I promise you it's not kids. But all of this rhetoric just justified the extreme control that was put onto the kids from a very early age. So why am I talking about this in a show like Black Butler? Well, because of the psychological impact that is rarely acknowledged at the time. Now, in hindsight, year 2026, the year of the Lady Dolly Parton, amen, we can recognize a lot of the stuff that was straight up terrible and abusive all the time in a system like this. It's just back then in Victorian society, for everybody all the way across the board, they didn't recognize trauma or PTSD or abuse as formative harm. They just saw it as normal. Again, don't know what these people's problem was, but that's not good. Children weren't viewed as children either. They were viewed as small adults, morally corruptible, and the property of their parents or institutions that owned them. Because that makes total sense. They're small adults, but also these other adults, their parents, need to be in control of them. Make it make sense. It doesn't. Survival for these kids often meant that the emotional numbness, hypercompetence, and obedience as protection was paramount for them. It's not that they actually wanted to do this, it was nobody was coming to save them. This was all they had to their name. This is where later Gothic literature and modern interpretations draw us deeply. I don't know at all if anybody's ever read Charles Dickens, but he really hammers in home how terrible the kids' lives are. Read any of his books. Those little Victorian orphans are everywhere. And I feel like it's really important that you guys understand this. Kids were not children in the Victorian era. Kids were cattle. They were a means to an end. They weren't even really, placed on a pedestal, especially if they were the working class, which the circus troupe in this arc are the working class. So, other than all this depressing stuff, why does this matter for Black Butler? Because Yana Toboso places a traumatized child in a position of symbolic power, bound to an adult protector who owns him. I'm going to say that again. Who owns him. CL is the Earl of Phantomive. He is the Queen's watchdog. He owns a toy company. He can be in a room with adults. He's treated like an adult. And he doesn't like when other adults treat him like the child he is. And Sebastian doesn't treat him like a child unless Sebastian is purposely trying to remind him of the power imbalance between them. If Sebastian's not doing stuff for CL, it's not going to get done. So even though CL is the one that says this is an order, Sebastian can at any point just be like, okay, whatever, and ignore him and do whatever he wants anyway. Because Yana Toboso is not exaggerating Victorian cruelty in Black Butler. She's condensing it in a way that can make sense and is explicitly shown to us, the reader and the audience. CL Phantomive is extreme, but the system around him is historically accurate in spirit. Children used by the states, adults justifying harm as necessity, power disguised as care. Victorian London did not fail to protect children. It wasn't a flaw in the system. It was designed this way. It was designed in a way that required their exploitation to function economically, socially, and morally. That's why Gothic stories set in this era feel so fucking bleak. The horror wasn't supernatural. The supernatural just made it visible, and also super duper worse. The only children that were the children born into rich aristocratic households, because those are the only children that were ever afforded any type of consideration. Not because they were children, but because the name attached to them demanded that they be treated differently.
My son, it do be hot outside. Who Who are you talking about?
Okay, so we are officially on to Black Butler Book of Murder. I need to stress this before we go any further. Book of Murder was technically 2 different OVAs instead of just an anime season. And the reason why is not something I could tell you because I honestly don't know. But I can tell you that these 2 OVAs are technically considered their own movies to some people in the fandom. And that's fine, right? That's fine. I'm not going to sit here and critique how you personally are going to view this. However, and I need to stress this, because these are 2 different OVAs that immediately follow Book of Circus, I need to preemptively warn you that the next arc that follows this one, Book of the Atlantic, is just a straight up movie. So, for the purpose of these next 2 arcs, we're just going to consider these movies because that makes it a lot easier to dissect all of this. Okay? Okay, so, Book of Murder starts exactly where Book of Circus left off. And by that I mean, it starts out where everybody's just minding their business and then Charles I and Charles II break in to the manor and start harassing the staff, as one does. For the record, Charles I and Charles II are the Queen's attendants. They're not supernatural in nature, insofar as we are aware. While watching these, they're just 2 regular guys. But it does set up for us the entirety of this arc. CL, when he gave his report to the Queen of England, gave it in a way that basically fudged a lot of the information on purpose. And the Queen of England, subsequently, because of this lie of omission, doesn't actually really trust CL too much. So she tells CL, you are going to host a party for this German diplomat that I think is doing some sketchy shit, and you're not going to complain about it because I said so. And CL says, alright, and does exactly as she says, but he invites people that are few and far between, absolutely useless to this, until we get further into the movies. So, let me introduce everybody here. We are introduced once more to Lau and his sister, May Rin. For the record, this is important is because these 2 show up quite a bit in the Black Butler arcs, because they actually are part of the secret cabal of the Watchdog, like CL being the Queen's Watchdog. The secret cabal, he's part of it. He was also part of it with Madame Red, but she has since passed while all of this is going on. So he is technically an important character in the Black Butler universe. It's just for this, he's a harasser and everything else that goes with it, as you do. Then we're introduced to the actual man of the hour, Simons. Georges. His name is Georges. Georges is the German diplomat that is giving the stressful everything to the Queen of England. He is actually the main character of this whole par and parcel. Then we're introduced to these 2 who are a director and an actress. That's it. I don't have too much to say about them. We'll get back to them in a minute. Put a pin in it. And then we're also introduced to this world's universe of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who wrote fucking Sherlock Holmes. I really wish I was kidding. There he is in all of his splendor. For the record, when Arthur Conan Doyle is having a whole minute of, why am I even here? Who are these people? Sebastian, being Sebastian, offers him a glass of wine, and when Sir Arthur Conan Doyle looks at him, he goes, oh, he's so pretty, he could be in an Oscar Wilde book. Oscar Wilde was a known gay man in the Victorian era, and he got in for real trouble for it. That is the most backhanded way to tell somebody, you look like you belong in a gay magazine. God bless Sir Arthur Conan Doyle in this. Anyway, moving on to the actual plot. So Georges is a sloppy drunk. 100% sloppy. He tries to make a move on the actress. This results in the director having a hissy fit and trying to throw a bottle of wine at him. And Sebastian does what he does best and interrupts everything and distracts people and all that other jazz with more alcohol. And because CL, at one point during this altercation, ended up getting wine splashed at him, he has to be, toweled down, as you do. And Sebastian and him decide to have a side conversation right in front of Arthur Conan Doyle in French. And CL looks at him and goes, shh, be quiet, don't tell anybody we were talking. Alrighty then, I guess so. You've put this man in precarious positions left, right, and center. But we shall make it work. Huzzah. As one does. Haha. Anyway, the night progresses on, and Georges, in his room, demands that the staff come see him in the middle of the night after everybody has gone to bed. Which is weird because May Rin, our little blind bat queen, is like, nah man, he was weird during this. I don't want to go up by myself. So Sebastian goes, you know what, you're right. All of us will go in the event that we have to restrain this man. And bip bop bip boo, there he is. He has passed, tragically. And suddenly. Now, if you're going to ask me, why is everybody here if they could just go home? It's been implied throughout the beginning of this that there was a big storm rolling in, so everybody just decided to hunker down and wait until morning to do everything. So that's why everybody's here. However, with Georges now being past tense, everybody starts to point fingers at each other, and this turns into a massive game of a Clue. And everybody points to Ciel with the candlestick in this man's bedroom, Georges, because everybody else has a airtight alibi except Ciel. So, as one does when being faced with a potential murderer but nobody can get the cops here, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle himself shall be used as live bait and has to actually sleep in the same bed as Ciel in order to keep an eye on him. For the record, this is not how it sounds, it just sounds funny, is because here you go, obviously 30-year-old Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, please watch over this 12 to 13-year-old boy by having to be stuck with him literally all night. It's funny because, okay, sure, whatever, this reads like a Mad Lib and it's great. Anyway, Ciel ends up getting acquitted because more people end up getting got, as one does, and also Academy Award shout out to Ciel and Sebastian in this, because Sebastian straight up fakes his own death. We love a competent king. Side tangent here on Sebastian. I know that for a lot of people, Sebastian always being the one to do stuff because Ciel just seems too lazy to, can grate on a lot of people's nerves. I'm going to be 100% honest with you guys. It's not because Ciel can't do anything, it's because Ciel, being a 12 to 13-year-old little boy, has a lot of things that he realistically can't do, where Sebastian, the immortal demon who can take a bullet to the face, can. So it makes sense that Ciel can pool his weight as far as being an aristocrat to get some things done. But everything else will have to be with the demon he summoned, because that's the only way that this is gonna work. I will touch on Sebastian and Ciel's weird butler dynamic later in Book of the Atlantic, but for right now, it makes sense that Ciel makes Sebastian do 99% of the dirty work. So, as one does, the Queen of England's BS request is fulfilled after all of this happens, and there are two loose ends to tie up. Number one, who was the actual killer, because they never find them, and number two, Sebastian, you can't be dead, I'm gonna need you for stuff, so how do we work that out? Great question. The actual murderer turns out to be Snake from the previous arc. Remember how I told you to keep an eye on him? This is Snake. So Snake straight up calls Sebastian and Ciel by their circus names because that's all he remembers them as, which is Smile and Black. And for the rest of the time that Snake is in this series, he always refers to Ciel as Smile. Never Young Master, never by his name, never Earl Phantomhive, Smile, because that's all he remembers him as. The reason why Snake is here and actually caused all of these murders is because he was after Ciel and Sebastian specifically. Because as far as he was concerned, they showed up, everybody else went missing, they left. Causation is not correlation, it just happens to be you're not wrong, but what are you gonna do about it? So Ciel, in true Ciel fashion in this entire arc, when Snake makes this declaration of it's their fault, it's only their fault, and he hates them, Ciel does as Ciel always does. He decides to do as God intended for all 12 to 13-year-old little Victorian boys. Manipulate, mansplain, manslaughter, and in the very unlikely scenario, none of that works, male wife. And by that I mean he will tell Sebastian, well, you're pretty, go do it. That's it. That's all it boils down to. He ends up lying to Snake and gets Snake to join him at the manor because, well, when the others inevitably get back, when we find them, because I want to know what happened to them too. Knowing damn well, you know what happened. Like a whole episode ago, these fools were got. What are we talking about? Anyway, so that's what happens with the murderer, and that loose end is tied up. And now we get back to the actual core problem. Sebastian, the man who faked his death and won an Oscar nomination for it. Truly, the best of the best. Yes, sir. Sebastian decides we're gonna pull a good old-fashioned, I wasn't dead, you buried me on purpose. Legitimately, he decides to pull the old-fashioned, okay, bury me and put a bell on there, so that way I can ring the bell and tell people I'm not dead. And amazingly enough, that somehow works. And then Elizabeth, who is really choked up in this scene, when she's like, oh, it was all just a big misunderstanding. Sebastian has the God-given audacity of a ripe turnip to tell her, I don't lie. Well, you definitely don't tell the truth either, so what the ever, I guess. And there we go. That is Book of Murder. That's the entire thing. 10 out of 10, really good. I never thought I'd want to have an anime basically play Clue, but it was fun. It was really super duper fun. So I actually want to touch on two things here. Number one, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, because that's super important, to understand why this is a really well-placed, random as cameo. And number two, I do actually want to talk about Sebastian a little bit here. We'll expand on it more when we get to Book of the Atlantic. It's basically a Titanic story. Anyway, so we're gonna do with Sebastian first, then we're gonna wrap it up with Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and then we'll be on our way to catch our boat. The reason why Sebastian constantly is portrayed, no matter what season you go into, as being super hyper duper aware of CL is because of the nature of the contract. Sebastian was told straight up by this little boy when he was first summoned a bunch of different rules and everything, and because CL framed it as in order that a demon who's under contract can't go around, he's stuck doing that. And it's really important to understand is that there is a power imbalance here. The power imbalance being that Sebastian, as the immortal monster, doesn't really have to worry about anything really hurting or killing him. He just doesn't. It's not in his nature to worry about it because he can bounce back from most anything. Even in this, he gets bitten by several poisonous snakes and he just, alright, cool, whatever, I don't care. Because he doesn't care. He legitimately does not care. And the power imbalance comes not from the fact that he is an immortal monster, it's from the fact that CL honestly thinks he has any, and I do mean that, any power over this monster. At any point, Sebastian can Uno reverse all of this. Because just like the monkey's paw curls, I granted you your wish. I gave you exactly what you asked for. It's not my fault. You didn't think that I was gonna find a loophole around half of this contract shit. And that's what's really sad about this. Because CL is placed in a very precarious position where he thinks that he's a king on the chessboard and he's moving all of these pieces and all that other stuff. No. You, my good sir, are actually a pawn. And that means you are expendable. You don't have any moves outside of being cannon fodder. Because between Sebastian and the Queen of England, you're stuck between two different people that could very, very easily hurt. And CL has to keep up this lie that he is the great and powerful Earl Phantomhive. He's just as cruel and vindictive as his father. We'll get to his father in the public school arc. If you really don't care, timestamps are in the description. You can go to that one and come back here if you want. I'll wait. Anyway, he needs to pretend that he's just as mean and vindictive and smart and cunning as his father, because the world he's in with all of these adults means that he does not have the luxury of being a 12 to 13-year-old little boy who does not know what he's doing. He is stuck in a world of monsters. And if those monsters ever catch wise to the fact that the only reason why CL is able to get the drop on them so much is because of Sebastian, they're gonna make Sebastian deal that Sebastian will be more than happy to take them up on, is because right now he's stuck with one soul that he's contracted to. If these fools offer him more, I don't know about you, but according to the God, the French, according to the ethics of laissez-faire, I'll take more souls. More is good at this point. Now, in season 2 of Black Butler, right, the total fanfiction series, this does come up with Claude and Sebastian, is because Claude wonders, is the quality of a soul worth more than the quantity of souls one can have? And Sebastian is under the impression of, yes, the quality of the food is worth more than the quantity of the food. So it is implied, at least in the fanfiction of season 2, that Sebastian is kinda low-key starving all the time because he's waiting on CL to finally get finished with what he needs to get finished with for the sole purpose of eating him, which is not a bad thing, right? That's actually really good as far as storytelling goes. But it does make you feel bad for CL. And CL is religiously, constantly in these shows, unable to catch a break. I high-key feel bad for him all the time. Because he's constantly put in precarious positions, left, right, and center, being chained to Arthur Conan Doyle for the whole night. Because, of course he was. Speaking of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, we need to talk about him. Now, I understand that this is straight up fanfiction, and this is just the fanfiction version of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. But I actually want to really discuss Sir Arthur Conan Doyle is because he's a fascinating man divorced from Sherlock Holmes. And I need to stress this. Sherlock Holmes is very, very, very British. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was very, very not British. He was actually born in Edinburgh, Scotland in 1959, and he was raised in I'm gonna say this very delicately, an unstable Catholic family that had a lot of financial issues. And the reason why this comes up and is really important is because his father, Charles Doyle, was part of that financial struggle, because his father struggled with alcoholism, and on top of the alcoholism, he had a mental illness, and he was later institutionalized for that mental illness, which means the family was stretched tight for funds. So, if we keep all of this into consideration, this means that the upbringing of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle made two lasting impressions on him. Number one, a respect for order and logic and authority, because that's like the best way to get money. And number two, he actually had a lifelong anxiety about mental instability and moral decay. This becomes a really bad, ironic joke later in life for him because of what happens, but these two things, the respect for order, logic, authority, and then the fear of moral decay, are actually really present all the time in his fictions. And I feel like a lot of people don't know this. He's a doctor. No, I'm being serious. He studied medicine at the University of Edinburgh, where he was taught by none other than Dr. Joseph Bell, who was a well-renowned surgeon for just looking at people and figuring out what was wrong with them by observation. I really wish I was joking. If you can say medical misogyny, you win the prize. Anyway, Dr. Joseph Bell's methods ended up directly inspiring Sherlock Holmes, is because they were hyper-rational, emotionally restrained, and they are obsessed with evidence. I don't know how you get evidence in the 1800s for medical diagnoses, but sure, okay, we'll go with that. Doyle would later say that Holmes was Bell's methods exaggerated and dramatized. I'll give him the dramatization, because you know, what are you gonna do? Anyway, so Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was a doctor, and also he wrote fan fiction and his stories when he had downtime. And he ended up having a lot of downtime because Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, after graduating from medical school, worked as a ship's doctor. Not that long. But he did end up opening up a medical practice in Portsmouth, and this did not see a lot of patients. He didn't have a lot of people coming to him. So he had a lot of idle hours. So he wrote fiction, mostly out of frustration, and mostly because I need monies. I am broke. The true struggle of the creative. I'm broke, I need something. So what happened? Well, Sherlock Holmes happened in between these idle hours, in between seeing people for all kinds of stuff and writing his fan fiction. And A Study in Scarlet was published in 1887. And The Study in Scarlet introduced Sherlock Holmes, Dr. John Watson, and the idea of scientific deduction. Holmes was 100% a revolutionary idea during this time, is because crime in detective novels at this point in history were not solved through reason. They were solved through, and I'm gonna say this, Deus Ex Machina coincidence, because people just weren't thinking about it. It also introduced observation evaluated to near mythic power. Like, alright, it's a little bit Deus Ex Machina, but not so much that you can't. Alright, I see how he got there. Holmes quickly eclipsed everything else that Doyle ended up writing because, well, everybody really liked the Sherlock Holmes stories. And this, unfortunately, led to not only fame, but it also led to frustration with his work. So much frustration, in fact, that he ended up killing his own creation because he started to resent Sherlock Holmes. He felt the character overshadowed his serious historical novels. My brother in Christ, you can only read so much history if you're not obsessed with it before you start to get aggravated and just want to be like, alright, skip to the part where I care. That's just the truth. Doyle also worried that Holmes was intellectually shallow entertainment. My man over here in the 1890s worried that he created that generation's version of internet slop. My brother in Christ, if you could see us now. So in 1893, he ended up killing Sherlock Holmes in The Final Problem. Ironic, because this final problem made a bunch of problems for him, including but not limited to the fact that magazine subscriptions got canceled, people were literally mourning in the streets of London, he was getting letters, his mother literally was like, what did you do? This is my favorite character. And he eventually revived Holmes due to the demand alone, because of course he did. Like, imagine getting added on Twitter that you killed your Blorbo. So completely divorced from all the Sherlock Holmes stuff. The 1890s leading into World War I actually is what sets him up for his later descent into what he would call moral decay. So even though Doyle was from Edinburgh, Scotland, he was a committed imperialist that supported the British Empire. How you gonna betray your people like that? Anyway, he defended British actions during the Boer War, and he wrote propaganda pamphlets justifying imperial conduct. He made choices. This extreme imperialism actually what got him knighted in 1902, not for his fiction, not for the fact that people really liked Sherlock Holmes, but for the fact that he was so committed to the Imperium that they knighted him for his political writing. I didn't know being a propaganda whore was profitable, but here we are. So why is this important? Well, because Sir Arthur Conan Doyle actually used this to, explain how his worldview ended up getting shaped. Because here, Sherlock Holmes is an agent of order. Everything was scientific and logical and all that other stuff. And Sherlock Holmes was a detective based in Britain. He was based in London. Sherlock Holmes was always written as a moral center for everything happening in the book. It was intentional, in my personal belief, that this was trying to frame Britain as a moral center, and criminals as a threats to civilization in the book were also threats to Britain as a moral center. You know, it's wild what people end up thinking about and doing, and then you find out about it. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, I don't know what to say, but cool. You do you, boo. But this is the part where we finally get into World War II World War II. This is the part where we get into World War I properly in 1914, because that's when World War I happens, or as people during this age would have called it, the Great War. So why is this the part where it starts to shake up and begins his moral decay, as he would call it? Because he goes from logic to faith during this time, because World War I ends up devastating his family. His son died in World War I. His brother-in-law and several of his nephews died in World War I. And on top of all of this, his wife suffered a chronic illness that, well, chronic illnesses are terrible in the year of Our Lady of the Dolly Parton 2026. You think they were good back then? She died with this illness. And these losses shattered his confidence in rationalism, because he could not rationalize why his family specifically during all of this seemed to be a target. So he ends up doing a complete 180 and goes straight into spirit and he does a complete 180 and goes headfirst into the abyss known as spiritualism. He believed, when he made this 180 turn, that the dead could communicate with the living. I'm gonna let you know right now, Ouija boards are all fun in theory, but it's not fun when you've unintentionally knocked on the door of something that wants to eat you, or worse. This flip from logic to spiritualism actually ended up really hurting him in the long run, is because he lectured internationally and he wrote extensive critiques at everything defending seances and mediums. And I'm gonna be honest, this included defending fraudulent photographs of fairies, and that's one of the major nails in his coffin for his reputation. And that's just it. He still kept writing the Sherlock Holmes stories, but his publicity ended up clashing with skeptics, including motherfucking Harry Houdini. What a wild 6 degrees of separation this becomes. And you would think, well, if more people are trying to really discuss this with you, my good sir, you would engage them. No. He becomes more dogmatic in the spiritual beliefs the more people try and dissuade him for it. And he unfortunately passed away in 1930 on July 7th in his home. And his supposed last words were, "You are wonderful." I will say this, because I know a lot of stuff always comes up as people's last words. When the brain is starting to shut down, people say all kinds of stuff. Whether or not they actually see somebody there or not is completely irrelevant. Whoever "You are wonderful" was directed to, I hope they had a good conversation on the way out the door. That's it, right? That's my last 2 cents on that. So why am I bringing up Sir Arthur Conan Doyle in a Black Butler video? Is because he's the central paradox of this, is because he embodies a contradiction. The center of the most logical detective in all of literature was born from this man, and this man ended up becoming a devoted believer in the supernatural. It wasn't even hypocrisy at a certain point. It was just how Victorian tension became personified in so much stuff. Science versus faith, empire versus doubt, reason versus grief, which is actually really important in Black Butler. is because as logical and cold as Ciel is, he is still a 12 to 13-year-old little boy who was used to summon a demon. Yeah, I'm just gonna let that sit there for a minute. Who was used to summon a demon. And the reason why he summoned it and all these other fools couldn't is because they were trying to do the scientific method to make this happen, whereas Ciel had enough faith that if I go to hell because of these fools, I promise I'm gonna come back and do something worse to them. That's what's happening. Science versus faith ends up being a cross-section in Black Butler. Just like the Empire versus the Doubt, Ciel is super duper the Queen's guard dog. 100% of the time, 24/7, 365. He does not give a fuck about the Empire. He has doubts all the time about his position and what he's actually doing. He can't voice those doubts, because of course he can't, but he still has them. And this also ends up contradicting itself again with Ciel understands the reasoning, no matter how bullshit it is, of these people for why they did what they did, but his grief is clouding that reasoning to the point where he literally tells a demon from hell, tell you what, man, you can have my soul if you help me get my revenge. Cool, alright. Good choices made all the way around. So why does Sir Arthur Conan Doyle still matter in this context? Because Sir Arthur Conan Doyle didn't just invent Sherlock Holmes. He didn't just professionalize detective fiction or popularize forensic thinking or gave Victorian anxieties a hero who could impose order on stuff. He's important in this aspect is because he is a microcosm of Ciel Phantomhive. He is everything that Ciel is in Black Butler. Because for all of Ciel's faults and all of his childish, outbursts sometimes that we get to see, and the fact that he's 100% mean to Sebastian, we still understand Ciel from the get-go. We understand him. We understand that Ciel is a grieving child who misses his family, who summoned a demon and is in way over his head, and you feel bad for him, is because all of this sounds like a powder keg waiting to go off, and it does. And yes, is Ciel the most lying liar who ever lied? Absolutely. But he's also a 12-year-old little boy caught in a game of cat and mouse, and the only reason that he's even treading water at this point is because the monster he summoned is keeping him above water. Nothing else. Kind of moment. Hi, this is Editor Hella really quickly just popping in here. So, two things. Number one, we're about to go to Book of the Atlantic, and due to YouTube's weird copyright system, it's going to look weird and it's going to sound weird in certain sections in order for me to not get nuked. So you shall be seeing the martial god Jillian of copyright protection. Also, due to the fact that Book of the Atlantic is so heavily copyright protected, I had to unfortunately borrow footage from somebody else in order to make this as squeaky clean as possible. This person is their name, I'm going to put it right up on the screen, and link is in the description below. Thank you so much for your understanding and patience, and now back to the show. Okay, so we officially have made it to Book of the Atlantic. So Book of the Atlantic is like the very next installment in the Black Butler series. And like I said in the last arc, this is a full-length movie. And there is a lot, and I mean a lot happening on this one. But I'm going to try really hard to sum it up, and then I'm going to deep dive into my conspiracy theory, because if I don't do it now, I'm gonna go crazy. Because I've been waiting for like 4 hours at this point to like pop off. Also, it's been bothering me and I really want to talk about it. But first, let's sum up Book of the Atlantic. Even though I called it Book of the Titanic literally last episode. So this story takes place aboard the Campania, and I'm gonna be honest, the very first time I saw this, my brain went to Capernia, and I was like, they did not just dead-ass steal the name of the ship that saved the Titanic. No, they didn't. The Campania. It's a massive luxury liner modeled after turn-of-the-century transatlantic ships, which are really cool and really important. Ciel boards the ship under Queen Victoria's orders to investigate a suspicious medical society known as the Aurora Society. These fools will come back in the very next arc, which is the public school arc, I promise. So the rumors claim they've achieved something impossible, that they've brought the dead back to life. Cool, great, I'm glad that we finally figured out necromancy. Good for you guys. Naturally though, this is a problem. And this is a problem because nobody likes dead things popping up again. It's not kosher. We don't like it. So during the staged demonstration, a supposedly deceased woman is presented alive before an elite audience of hoity-toity rich people, as one does. The doctors claim they've perfected human revival. Catch me outside with that, I swear to God. But something's wrong. The revived bodies, later called bizarre dolls, begin malfunctioning. I cannot imagine why they would begin to malfunction. Truly, a mystery for the ages. Their mystery isn't that mysterious, if I'm being honest. They're missing parts of their cinematic records of life. Their memories aren't complete, basically. So without full souls, they're deteriorating, and they're a little, and I say this with love, not fully baked, basically. This is where Grell and the Grim Reapers come back in. So, I know I never mentioned it here, but I'm gonna stuff it in right now. So the Grim Reapers, when they have collected the souls of people, they get a cinematic record of their life. So they get to see everything. And the reason why this is important is because the cinematic record, when it goes from beginning to end, showing their whole life, that is their entire life. That's everything that they were wrapped up in a neat little package and stored away. That's good. These dolls don't have their memories. They don't have their complete cinematic record. Meaning, somebody was able to get that record, cut out a huge chunk of it, and rip it out. Which means they're not dead because their story isn't complete. That's what this is the connection for. That's why I said keep an eye on the Grim Reapers like forever ago. As much as I love Grell, she's fun, they do actually serve a bigger purpose. There's a lot of people I'm gonna have to do like everything at the end for to stitch this all together, but for right now, please know that these are just broad strokes overviews, my little crackpot theories, and at the end of all of this, you're gonna get everything that you need. So if you don't care, timestamps in the description, let's keep going. So the bizarre dolls having their memories incomplete means they're deteriorating, but they're not deteriorating that fast. They attack. So the elegant ship becomes a blood-soaked nightmare, because nobody's coming for you. All this happens pretty far out by the time everything goes, which is, you know, par and parcel if you're gonna trap somebody on a ship. Wait till we're out far enough to where it's gonna be hard to get back. So the resurrected corpses spread through the ship like a plague because apparently they've just been hauling dead people. What a wild take. They're just on the ship. Good storytelling. They're here. It's fine. It's not fine. So passengers are mauled, panic erupts, the illusion of civility collapses, blah 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 blah. Elizabeth shows you that she is in fact a cool badass, even though throughout all of this she's been portrayed as a whiny baby. I guess I have to talk about Elizabeth here. Nope. We're gonna keep going with this overview, then we're gonna jump into my crackpot theory, and then at the end of this, gonna talk about all the characters I didn't get a chance to get to, I promise. So the illusion of civility collapses. We learn that the Aurora Society's experiments were secretly aided by none other than the Undertaker, a rogue Grim Reaper who has abandoned his post. Hella, you didn't say about this fool at all. He's at the ending, I promise. He shows up in every single arc, like a really bad lingering fart. I'm sorry, that's what I've got. So you might be wondering, why? What the was his damage? Great question. His damage and his motive was that he rejects the rigid finality of death imposed by the Reapers. He wants to give human beings more time, which is like, aw, that's really sweet, but also really stupid. Like, nah, my guy, that's okay. When you're done, you're done. Your story's over. And because it's really sweet, but totally, like, not gonna work, is because what he's created isn't life. He's created something that's hungry without a soul to tell it, hey man, I think maybe what we're doing is really illegal and also immoral. More immoral than illegal at this rate, but whatever. So that's like the main core philosophy of the Book of the Atlantic. The Undertaker reveals that the revived are animated using incomplete cinematic records, essentially fragments of memory stitched together. Like a YouTube video that is trying really hard not to get copyright struck, so the entire movie is told out of order, so that way the YouTube gods will not descend from on high and take it off of the earth along with the channel. But souls can't be manufactured. They just can't be. Without them, the bodies are unstable. So, his idea is, okay, if we just stitch this together out of order, they'll be fine because they'll be human enough to keep going. In theory, correct. In practice, no. The films frame this as a fundamental violation of the natural order. Death isn't just an event, it's part of a cosmic system, and that system is breaking by what he is doing. Is it a cute idea that you want to give people more time by making it so that way the Grim Reapers are not imposing this end of life debacle? Yes, absolutely. Counterpoint to all of that. No. That's not how this works. Human beings are born, human beings live a little while, and then human beings die. Everything in between those three major events are completely random and up to chance, and it's really but it's life. And this is made really prevalent when we get to CL, our main character himself. Because amidst all this chaos, CL experiences a moment of psychological destabilization. A resurrection experiment hits way too close to home because he has been a part of this. We're gonna try and usurp death and go past the veil of the living and do all this other shit. That's literally how he got Sebastian, because CL has already experienced death through ritual sacrifice, through trauma, and rebirth through a literal demonic contract, who literally is on the ship with him and is actively trying to make sure this kid doesn't get got. So seeing corpses animated without souls forces him to confront his own mortality and what the fuck he's doing. Because now he has to seriously consider, okay, I know the end is coming, and my end has a name, and it has sides and a drink ready to eat me with. So, does that make me a meal? What does it mean to return from death? Because Sebastian could, in theory, drag him along come hell or high water for as long as he wants to, because it would still be part of the contract they made. Is CL still human, he wonders? Great questions to ask. But it's a lot to ask for a 12 to 13-year-old who's already been traumatized quite obsessively to present them with these questions while in an active war zone. So Sebastian ends up recentering him and grounding him in the contract and reminding him of who he chose to be. And this moment is really crucial, is because it reestablishes these two in their dynamic. Because Sebastian isn't offering comfort for comfort's sake, he's stabilizing his investment. I have to stress that. He's stabilizing his investment. When we get to my crackpot theory, we'll be there. So anyway, the Campania strikes an iceberg, as it does with all these ships out in the middle of the Atlantic during the 1800s, and in true Titanic fashion, it starts going down. And in all honesty, you would think, okay, cool, that's the end of the movie. No. As if resurrection was enough, now we have catastrophic disaster layered on top of moral catastrophe. Because, completely divorced from this ship sinking, the undead swarm the decks, and they're getting into the water, and apparently they can still swim. They still know how to do that, which I was like, huh, alright, I'll give it to you. That's fun. That's an interesting take. So why is this important? Well, because Sebastian fights through waves of Bazarzals to protect CL while Grim Reapers are literally having an all-out fight with each other under the impression that their blades are the end. That's it. There's nothing after they snip you. So they could, in theory, for real kill each other, which is a wild thing to think about. So it becomes a battle between Sebastian and the undead, the Grim Reapers versus each other, CL versus the Grim Reapers, Sebastian trying to keep CL alive, the ship is sinking, everybody is tossed to the winds because they came with everybody they knew. Jesus, so much is happening. But that's kind of what leads up to the final confrontation, is that Sebastian confronts the Undertaker directly. And the Undertaker, because he's such an old Grim Reaper who has been hanging around these two for quite a while and is very used to them, straight up just taunts him on purpose, especially regarding CL, because he knows the contract, he knows what Sebastian is, he knows what the thing that combines these two is, and he doesn't particularly give a because he knows Sebastian is waiting to eat CL. He knows that CL is the trump card that he needs to keep Sebastian from making any sudden moves, because Sebastian needs this kid alive. And the Undertaker finds it fascinating that he can keep a demon on such a tight leash with one kid. For the record, this fight ends without a full resolution because the Undertaker ends up escaping, still deciding to pursue his experiments. We will see him again later, literally in the next arc, but whatever. So, ship sinks, thousands die, history recorded as a tragic maritime accident, something, James Cameron will make a movie about it, Mazel tov. But, you know, that's a really important thing. So why am I talking about this? Thank you so much for asking, because now I can talk about this. Alright. Completely divorced from everything else, all the characters I don't have time for in this long overview are going to get their own entire separate section. Promise, trust, everything else. I want to right now talk about two things. One, I want to talk about CL and Sebastian's relationship specifically in this arc. And number two, I would like to specifically talk about why the Atlantic arc is so interesting in conjunction with the history that it is most likely based on. So, for the sake of everybody, and I do mean that, right? For the sake of everybody, we're gonna go through this as succinctly as possible. So, okay, so we're gonna start with the history stuff first, and then we're gonna jump off the ship specifically into my crazy ramblings, because it's really important to me. Okay? Okay. Timestamps in the description if you don't care about all of this. I promise, though, it's super interesting. So, in the Victorian era, which is 1840s to about 1901, right before we start getting into the more modern age, luxury was not leisure, right? It was viewed as necessity, especially amongst the upper class, which CL is because he is an earl. So in the Victorian period, ocean liners were not cruises in the modern sense. They were the only way to cross the ocean. They were essential for the empire, for trade, for migration, for shipping off enormous amounts of dead bodies as we see in this movie. Jesus Christ. But there's a downside to all of them too, because they were so new, they were dangerously slow, and they were uncomfortable for most people. And for most people, I mean anybody that didn't have the status of money. So working class people. It was really for them. Luxury existed only for the upper class and only as a buffer against danger. Meaning, these ships were built for one purpose, to get from point A to point B, and so long as nothing, and I do mean nothing, pierced their hull, they were gonna make it. You'd be amazed how many of these ships did not make it. So why is this a big point of contention? Because first class passengers got first class travel, and first class passengers enjoyed private cabins, formal dining rooms, gentlemen's smoking lounges, ladies' salons, piano music, and readings. Basically, really hoity-toity hodgepodge stuff for the people of this era. Super duper important, because it was a status change. These spaces replicated a country house or a London club. It just happened to be at sea. Luxury was about maintaining class separation, not indulgence. Most poor people, let's just call it what it is, most poor people weren't allowed on the top upper decks until most of the first class had had their run of it and were on their way to go drink in their cabins. That's it. That's the only time they were allowed to come up there, assuming they were even allowed on this ship to begin with. So who normally traveled this way if they weren't super posh? If they weren't super well-to-do. Aristocrats, colonial administrators, wealthy merchants, diplomats. Second and third class were essentially controlled hardship. We're gonna feed you at least once a day, you get to go to the bathroom, and when everybody else goes to bed, you can run around and do whatever, we don't care, but make sure you're back underneath there when they wake up. So, why did poor people go? Well, poor people would also like to go sailing and stuff if they could get away with it. It's not just about the rich people, duh. So early prestige lines around this time were the Cunard Line and the White Star Line. And these two had very, very different priorities insofar as their ships goes. For the Cunard Line, it was about safety, reliability, and respectability. The ships weren't pretty, but they will get you there in one piece. White Star leaned into comfort, grandeur, space. This rivalry between these two ended up shaping luxury liners for decades. So then what happened? After the Victorian era, we off to the Edwardian era, which will lead us to World War I, since that was 1901 to 1914. So during this time, the golden age of ocean liners finally comes about. This is where luxury liners become iconic, because it goes from it's just a really nice place, hopefully we don't die, to an escalation of luxury. Ships were now floating palaces, grand staircases, libraries, Turkish baths, electric lighting, fine china, and silver service. Sure, Jan. Okay, whatever. Designs mimicked Versailles, English country estates, Parisian hotels. Okay, sure. These are where some of our most famous ships actually make an appearance. You might recognize some of them. The Olympic, the Lestania, the Maritarina, and of course, the Titanic. Luxury wasn't subtle, it was competitive, even though the Titanic ended up sinking on her maiden voyage, but we ain't got a time to talk about that because I refuse to talk about that, because I honestly really sometimes don't care. Anyway, first class now function as a marriage market, a business networking space, a place to be seen. Dress codes here were super duper strict. Meal times were multi-hour rituals. I swear to God, if it's gonna be a 14-course meal, can you just pack my shit to go? I want to go do other stuff on the ship. But staff in this time period became invisible by design. And in 1912, just like I said, the Titanic sunk, and this actually caused the great shattering of the illusion of these ships, is because, yeah, it was technologically advanced, but that doesn't mean it was invincible. Because class can't buy you safety. That's not how that works. Also, so then what happens? Well, from 1919 to 1939, which leads us right up to about World War II, give or take, modern glamour and Art Deco start to creep in. And by that I mean after World War I, aristocracy is on the decline, new money is on the rise, and travel becomes aspirational, not inherited. Luxury shifted from heritage to style. Basically, hey man, if we got like 20 extra bucks, we could totally off for the weekend. Yeah man, let's do it. And this also means that a lot of new aesthetics are born around this time. Art Deco interiors, jazz bands, cocktail lounges, cinemas have become available on board. They basically go from palaces to really luxury hotels, which is nice. For the record, most modern cruise ships just have all of this stuff in spades, but now they actually have enough lifeboats to literally see people to the end of the road in the event a tragedy strikes. So who cruised now during this time period? Movie stars, industrialists, fashion icons, and American elites. Cruises are still, you gotta have the money to get on them, but now it's not the poor people have to always stay downstairs. Now they can co-mingle, kind of. So what happens? Well, after all of this, we actually end up in the World War II era, and then we off to the 1950s. So during World War II, liners were actually converted into troop ships, which is important because they were big enough to do everything that they need. So strip it down, paint it gray, put the boys on with the guns, and send them out, was the motto, more or less. But after the war, many never returned to service because the romance of those ships was wounded. Granted, a lot of them were probably repurposed later to be different ships, but their dedication to service was probably not brought up quite often. So then what happens? Well, we actually get to the 1960s and the 70s, and this is where the jet age becomes really important, is because the innovation of commercial jet travel actually killed liners as transportation, so ships had to reinvent themselves. Thus became the cruise, which is just we go from here to here to here, we stop here to do everything else, then we go right back home. Modern day cruising, basically. Which isn't a bad thing. It actually is what leads to the late 20th century modern of cruising, which is what we now know, which is important. So, in essence, ships go from you have to be really hoity-toity and really special to do everything on these cruise ships to, nah man, you just gotta have the money to get on. Which again, not a bad thing, right? To say that you want to get on ships. I, personally, will never get on a ship because I have motion sickness. But if you want to, God bless, go in peace. Okay, historical BS aside, now jump off the ship with me into my crazy little crackpot theory because I really want to talk about it. So, I want to talk about Ciel and Sebastian's relationship because it is put on really stark display right here in this arc. So when people talk about Ciel and Sebastian's relationship, it often spirals into surface level discomfort discourse about, it looks like this, it looks like that. Yes, it does. That's on purpose. But I don't think that's where the real horror is. Hear me out. The real horror isn't that their dynamic can be misread as inappropriate. The horror is that it is structurally unethical from the ground up in ways that are far more disturbing than fandom arguments ever touch. Let me explain. In Book of the Atlantic, we get to really see, in stark contrast, that Sebastian is a demon. We've known that for a while, but here we get to see that he is a demon, that Ciel is a traumatized child despite how much he likes to play that he isn't. We get to see that Sebastian is forced into the role of guardian, educator, servant, weapon, and executioner all at the same time, and that this relationship can never ever be wiped clean, because if Sebastian is a guardian, that means Ciel is his ward. If Sebastian is an educator, that means Ciel is his student. If Sebastian is a servant, this does not mean that Ciel is his master with a whip and chain ready to beat the shit out of him. This means that Ciel is a child playing pretend at being somebody who could actually put the fear of God in Sebastian, because he can't. If Sebastian is a weapon, it's because Ciel needs him to be one, because Ciel is not strong enough to become his own weapon. Sebastian being his executioner is because Ciel cannot think of a way of getting things done that does not call for blood, because he wasn't brought up this way. This is the only way he knows how to solve things. Sebastian's obviously older than him. He could, in fact, at any point pull the, we could do something else instead of just kill them card, but he doesn't, because he doesn't need Ciel to be that competent. He needs him to be exactly what he wants. The core premise of Black Butler is simple. Ciel sells his soul to Sebastian in exchange for revenge, but the contract creates something psychologically grotesque, because even though Sebastian is bound to protect Ciel and required to obey him and responsible for keeping him alive, that doesn't change the fact that Sebastian is going to eat him. That's not mentorship or parenting. That's not even servitude. It's livestock management with emotional investment. Basically, Sebastian has one little lost lamb to take care of constantly, and he's going to take care of that lamb until the day he can look him in the eye and say, well, this was fun, and turn him into food. Oh, it's such good writing, but I wish more people would talk about the fact that it's not just creepy PDF file stuff, it's actually other stuff. Because in Book of the Atlantic, the stakes are survival, because Sebastian has to not only deal with Ciel and the undead and the ship and the Grim Reapers, he also has to deal with the fact that the Grim Reapers can actually, in fact, hurt him on purpose, and it'll be permanent. Luxury liner, the bizarre dolls, the chaos of resurrection and unnatural life. Sounds like a Tuesday for Sebastian, but it is the fact that the Grim Reapers are now in play against him that is causing him this headache. Sebastian does not just protect Ciel because he must. He protects him because Ciel, in his mind, is his. That is his meal. That is his emotional investment. That is his time wasted if the Grim Reapers get the one-up on him, because if Ciel dies and they finish that cinematic record before Sebastian can eat that soul, he basically wasted all this time for nothing. And it's in a proprietary sense. That is mine. I own this. I bought this. I can do whatever I want with it. So even though Sebastian refers to Ciel's soul as exquisite and cultivated and ripening, Sebastian literally views this as his property, even though Ciel is constantly bossing him around. Ciel doesn't get to boss him around that much. Ciel can snap back sometimes, because Ciel is not simply a contractor. He is a long-term, aggravating investment that needs to be micromanaged, and that changes the dynamic. If this was just some guy who wanted revenge who was older, Sebastian would be able to offload at least 50% of this onto him to go do stuff. Ciel doesn't have this luxury, so Sebastian has to teach Ciel strategy, emotional control, social manipulation, restraint, ruthlessness, because even though Ciel grew up in the Victorian era, in an earl's house, that's not things that come naturally to kids. even though he probably saw it. He doesn't know how to execute that. The demon's more than happy to do all of it, because it benefits Sebastian, not CL. He literally raises him into the kind of person whose soul will taste better. Let me say that again. Whose soul will taste better. That's the key horror of all of this. Sebastian isn't corrupting CL. CL was already broken by his trauma and was going to make poor choices anyway. Sebastian is just the one that gets to profit off of it. Sebastian is refining him like he's a very exquisite wine, or a really stinky cheese, or marbling meat, whichever you would prefer to think of. Book of the Atlantic forces us to confront the fact that when CL nearly breaks emotionally, it almost completely undoes this contract, because he almost comes to the realization that death would have been more preferable than being eaten. And then Sebastian steps in and comforts him, encourages him, grounds him. Because CL deciding to just nope out of this production of his life means Sebastian wasted his immortal time, and he'll be if that's going to happen. So, every act of emotional support is in service of the eventual meal Sebastian gets to have. That's predatory patience. That's really good writing. That's the blurring of rules, because it doesn't matter that CL is a little kid, and that at any point anybody could teach him not to do that, because Sebastian is constantly in his ear. If you'll notice throughout all of this, Sebastian is never, ever too far away from CL. Not once. Because he needs to be right there. He needs to make sure that his meal is always ready to be grabbed out of harm's way. Because Sebastian occupies so many different roles for CL constantly. He's butler, bodyguard, teacher, co-conspirator, parental stand-in, executioner in waiting. Whatever CL needs, he's gonna be it, because that's how he keeps this kid on his leash. Not the other way around. His leash. Sebastian's leash. That's layering that creates tension, because CL is super mega dependent on him. Deeply dependent on him, and Sebastian encourages that dependency. We'll get to why this is more important later in the later arc, is because this dependency, when he's pushed away from CL on purpose, he gets pissed about it, because he doesn't want other people smooshing into his section of the world. And it's not because he loves him. It's because dependency ensures control. Because remember, if CL chooses to nope out of this contract before Sebastian gets to eat him, Sebastian doesn't get his soul. So in Book of the Atlantic, when CL is at his most vulnerable, questioning his identity, shaken by the existence of resurrection, Sebastian snatches him up real quick and recenters him where Sebastian wants him. He reinforces CL's chosen identity. He stabilizes him. He reasserts the contract. That's not comfort. That is containment. He literally looked at this kid and was like, I'll tell you when we get to break up. It's not when you decide to exit out of this game. It's when I eat you. That's when this is over. Because it's a demon raising a human child. This is part of the dynamic that is truly unethical, if we're being honest, completely divorced from the inappropriate PDA touching of this, I don't know how old you are, demon and this 13-year-old boy. Sebastian isn't human. He can emulate human emotion, and he can get a chuckle out of their suffering and everything, and he likes tormenting us, but he's not human. He doesn't care about us. He does not experience morality the way humans do. He does not experience attachment the way humans do. He understands hunger. He knows what it's like to be hungry. That's it. So when he's placed in a position where he must guide a developing child, it creates a warped mentorship, because he really does not know how to be a person. It's even shown early in this arc that when he tries to cook CL food for the first time, CL spits it back out at him and goes, "What is this?"
Very sorry, is the dish not to your liking? It's oily and spicy and too heavily salted. Of course, I should have anticipated that this menu would be far too heavy for you, given your recent captivity. Perhaps a risotto instead. Never mind.
Sebastian knows what food is, how humans eat it. He didn't know how to cook it. Now, because of CL beating this into him, now he knows how to do it. That's why Sebastian is always clutching his fucking pocket watch is because humans run on time. Demons don't. So, Sebastian had to learn how to be a good caretaker to CL and do all this other shit for him, because CL was like, this is what being a head butler for an earl is. That's the role you're playing. Fine. Counterpoint though, CL learns cruelty as a strategy, emotional suppression, isolation as a necessity. He's pushing people away except Sebastian, and Sebastian reinforces that. He rewards him for that. He makes it a point of telling him, well, what would your father have done? What would all of these other great people in your family have done? Because darkness seasons the soul for Sebastian. The demon isn't turning him evil. He's nurturing the qualities that make him more satisfying to consume. That's predatory grooming. Not in a sexual sense, right? In a metaphysical one. And I think that's the tragedy of mutual use. CL uses Sebastian too. He does. It's not really a tit-for-tat situation, but it kind of is. He, CL, weaponizes Sebastian, commands him, pushes him into danger to get stuff done, and treats him as a disposable muscle, but it's a mutual exploitation pact, because the power imbalance is never equal, because Sebastian is immortal and patient and unaging, who can't get sick or tired, and other than the Grim Reapers, can't really get hurt either. He pretends to get hurt. CL is a human child, who is impatient, who does age, who is not immortal. That's what is scary for Sebastian, because the clock is always ticking in Sebastian's favor of getting all of this done before CL reaches his natural end. This arc really puts into focus for Sebastian, yes, as long as that kid constantly is doing what I'm doing and keeps himself safe, I'm gonna get fed at the end of the day. But if CL ever decides to go outside of their pre-agreed on script, it's gonna be bad for Sebastian. And in Book of the Atlantic, with resurrection technology threatening the natural order, Sebastian's possessiveness becomes sharper. If death can be cheated, if souls can be reclaimed, that meal that Sebastian has been cultivating is at risk, and that makes him territorial. Look, I can sit here and go on and on and on forever, amen, about why this is such an uncomfortable relationship. I could go on forever and ever, amen, about the fact that Sebastian is very, very close to CL in a very unsettling way. I could literally sit here and talk for the next 2 to 3 hours about this, but that will not change the fact that this relationship is a lot of things. Does CL abuse Sebastian? Yes. Does Sebastian also in very subtle ways make CL squirm for making him have to do stuff? Absolutely. But I can't help but notice that at any point, Sebastian could reverse Uno this. He could just nope out of this and eat CL's soul by just getting to the end of this, but he doesn't want to, because doing that would cut into his fun. Because as much as CL is a brat, we'll just call it what it is, as much as he's a brat, it doesn't change the fact that Sebastian is having just as much fun as CL is with all this shit. At any point, Sebastian could just hurry up, find out who the people were that CL wants revenge on, skip all this nonsense, and get to eating his food. He doesn't. He wants to draw this out as long as possible. And that is, objectively, a more interesting storyline. Hi, hello, hey, this video is sponsored. And by that, I mean I'm sponsoring it, because I have a Ko-Fi. Look at the page. I have a Ko-Fi. Okay, but also, like, please, if you can spare some monies, thank you so much. Anyway, back to the video. Okay, so we've officially made it to the public school arc. The public school arc is a weird one, is because I feel like, personally, as an American, and other people who are from America, you hear public school and then you're seeing what's on screen and you're getting confused. I can explain it really fast. So when we're talking about public school, literally anywhere else in the world, this means that it's an elite fee-paying school for upper-class people. People have to pay to go to public school. Private school, consequently, is where everybody and their mother goes. And that is no more apparent than in Victorian England. No typo, no irony. That's generally how it worked. Public school, you have to pay super duper money. Private school, you're with everybody else that's in the school district. Literally. That's it. That's the main difference. So what a public school actually was is, by definition, in Victorian England, super duper weird compared to everywhere else. And it's actually really important to this arc. A public school by definition in Victorian England was open to the public, air quotes that. They meant the upper class. That was public. It wasn't tied to a single parish or a guild. It was funded by high tuition, not the state. This means the people who sent their kids to these schools were forking out every nickel and dime to get their kid the education that they demanded from them. Now, before somebody asks, but we see here that CL had a private tutor in Sebastian. Correct. Sebastian is CL's private tutor because CL is taking over immediately as an adult figure in the narrative. CL doesn't have the time to be perceived as a child, so he's not supposed to be going to public school. But in this arc, as is tradition, the Queen of England is like, hey, some stuff's happening, away with you. The same fools from the last arc, the Aurora Society, come back in this one. That's literally the one-for-one connection, which is funny. By the by, a lot of people actually know famous public schools in England, and you might not think so, but you do. Eton, Harrow, Rugby, Winchester, and Westminster. Most people in America have heard of at least Westminster. At least I hope so. I don't know. These schools educated aristocracy, the gentry, future politicians, judges, everybody who had money attached to their last name. Here's where it's really important. Public school in Victorian England was for specifically boys, because girls went to finishing school, which is a totally different thing that's happening, and it's not at all important to this analysis, so just something to note. Usually, though, the boys only went from ages 7 to 18, which means from 1 to 6, they had nannies taking care of them, or anybody else. And they were almost always exclusively wealthy patrons. And they were often sent away from home from very young ages, because this child belongs to the ruling class if they went, and that meant that mom and dad had literally everything else to do except actually pretend to give a fuck about their kid. So why is this important? Because these boys, because they are from aristocracy and high-ranking members of Victorian England society, Jesus Christ, I just realized something in the middle of this script. I already snitched on what a couple of my other videos are going to be, and we're actually going to be back in Victorian England relatively quickly because I have Penny Dreadful that I have to talk about. You know what? That's fine. It's fine. That'll be a funner video to talk about. But wow, we're gonna go back really quickly. Sorry in advance if nobody cares about Victorian England. I just want to talk about it for a little while. Anyway, so because it's Victorian England, public schools usually emphasize Latin and Greek because they were like the most important things if I've ever to learn. Theology, because religion plays a super big part in Victorian England. History, because we gotta whitewash everything and make it seem like we're not the problem. Mathematics, I don't know why. Some people still don't know how to do math, and it's been like 4,000 years. People still don't understand it. Discipline and hierarchy. That's super important. We see a lot in Black Butler that punishment is just handed out willy-nilly, left, right, center to everybody and their mother. This is on purpose. The Victorian era was riddled with abuse of all kinds. Mental, physical, spiritual, psychological, whatever way you can hurt somebody, they're just handing out like candy. And it's made really apparent in this arc is because CL, while he's trying to go to the school and be, you know, goody-goody two-shoes and find out what's happening with the Aurora Society and all that other jazz, tries to move up the ranks by basically being a gopher for all these other high-ranking boys that get to be where he's trying to get to. And by that I mean he makes Sebastian, who's pretending to be a teacher, do it, because he doesn't know how to. I would like to also point this out, because technically this is a pseudo-Catholic school, Sebastian is equal parts a teacher and also a priest. Don't ask me why. I really wish I knew. I don't. But I just thought it was funny. So why is this important? Because we actually find out as the season progresses, CL's father also went to this school. And we find out CL's father was low-key and all the time. Which, for CL, this is brand new news. Right? This is brand new information. He never would have thought. His loving and magnanimous father, who is the Queen's watchdog and does all this super illegal shady would have been a terrible person in his youth. My CL, my small little traumatized kitten. Of course he was. I don't know why this is new news to you. But I think that's kind of important for the overall narrative for Black Butler. Divorce for all this public school bohonky. CL finding out that his father is a terrible person, even as the manga progresses, is interesting. And I say that as somebody who's actually rereading the manga. I will admit, I fell off Black Butler around the public school arc, like I think 2 chapters into it, because real life happened and I just couldn't keep reading it, right? I had other stuff to do. But now that I have more free time, I've picked it back up. And yeah, this was a fun watch, and also I'm having a cool time reading it and playing catch up. Yana Toboso still has an amazing art style, but also, man, this is getting to be a really dark story. Anyway, the overarching theme of the public school arc is less about the Undertaker, his magnanimous plan to literally bring back the dead and all that other stuff. It's about the fact that CL is constantly besieged with the fact that he is getting progressively more and more over his head constantly. And it's getting to be more and more over his head constantly by the fact that more and more elements outside of his control are being added to the story. Before it was just CL and Sebastian working together to find the culprits of the people who hurt and murdered his family. This is good storytelling. As each arc progresses, not season 2, which is 100% fanfiction, but from the Book of Circus, the Book of the Atlantic, Book of Murder, everything keeps adding to CL's plate. And the public school arc is a great example. CL can't move horizontally, vertically in this school, because him being the child of an earl means nothing to all of these other rich kids. There's people that outrank him in this school just by birthright alone. Him being the queen's watchdog also doesn't play a factor here, is because he's fighting against people that are his own age or older.
My peerage and wealth are meaningless in these halls. As long as I'm an ordinary student, even asking questions will be difficult. Given my limited options, there's only one way I'm getting to the heart of this. I'm going to have to curry favor.
They do not care yet because it's not important to them yet. This school is where they start to establish the pecking order that will follow them into adulthood. Seal is already playing adult games, but he's never had to play the game from the beginning of the board before, because all of the stuff that happened to his family happened prior to him having to go to public school. So that's what I mean, right? He's never had to go to school at all. He went from young child, traumatizing canon event happens, he gets Sebastian tutors him, he inherits the Phantom Hive toy and bandy company, and also the Queen's watchdog position, and then he's been there ever since. He's never had to go to school. So now that he's here, he is number one behind the rest of his peers who have had time to acclimatize to each other and start fleshing out their pecking order, but also sense the fact that CL is about 13 to 14 years old, and you are done with school at 18 in public school. That means he has been super duper divorced from his technical peer group for quite a while. So this means that the pecking order that he should have been able to establish early, like his father did, isn't a factor for him, and he's having to start on the low rung. So him having to try to move vertically in this situation is a fascinating struggle for him, is because without Sebastian doing 99% of the work again, he does not actually have a leg to stand on. Because his brother-in-law, who is also his cousin, yes, I know, I realize what this is. Please be so for real. I really hate that there's so much of this in everything I watch. I don't know what people's fascination is with it, but I vote that we should stop putting it in. I really do. Anyway, his brother-in-law / cousin is also here, and he does not like CL. From the word go, he hasn't liked CL because he's marrying his sister Lizzie. That's just been a thing. So CL is fighting 2 different battles, having to move vertically to get to where he needs to be in order for this arc to finish, and also the fact that he can't impress his cousin, because his cousin already doesn't like him. There's very little that CL can do to impress him, until he actually kind of impresses him by getting the beat out of him. But that's just how boys are, I think. I don't know. I can't speak on that for myself. But CL does manage to move vertically into this hierarchy that should be a struggle for him. And it would have been a struggle for him if his life had not had this tragic canon event happen. For the record, the Undertaker is here, we have our final blah blah blah, and then we obviously have everything else going on. But I really want to dig into the fact that if we played this out like how it would have played out had the tragic canon event and him not summoning Sebastian had happened, CL actually would have been high-key bullied in school. Hear me out. And I'm not going to go into spoiler territory because that's rude and I don't know how far people are and I don't want to spoil it. So just based off of what we know is where we're gonna go. So really fast. CL is a twin, but CL is sickly. CL has asthma. He gets a lot of flare-ups throughout the series, and it's implied that when he was younger they were even worse, because there's no real medicine in Victorian England times for it. So this means if his twin had been faster and stronger and more able-bodied than him, his twin would have made it a point to start ostracizing him in order to get a leg up in society. Is that really mean to say? Absolutely. However, we see it even play out here in this. CL is kind of making not really a little friend, and this little boy that's super enamored with CL and thinks he's kind of cool is not a well-placed individual on the social hierarchy of the elite. He's actually kind of more on the bottom rung, for the sole fact that he is hitting every tick mark to be bullied. Bullying for generations has just been a way for insecure people to pick out the weakest link and keep abusing them until that weakest link is removed from the board, either by the sewer slide method, or by the piece just deciding to move anywhere else outside of the social circle that the bullies are in. We see this a lot on the internet, is that when bullies are never put into their place by people of higher authority, this mentality follows them into their adulthood because they believe that's how they get into higher positions of power. That's not how you get into higher positions of power. Either you already are in a position of power or you're not. And if you're not in a position of power, the only way you're really going to move up is either through hard work and dedication, or impressing somebody who does have power and they take pity on you. Or at least in Victorian England era, that's what happened. God help you if you were a girl. Oh, that's so mean to say, but it's true. So why am I bringing all of this up? Because CL's unique position in the story means that he is, by design, our main character and we root for him. This also means that when he is taken out of his element and he's put into precarious positions where he does not have any kind of power, it's kind of funny to us, the audience that are rooting for him, is because we know what he can do outside of this area. It's just this area is messing with him a lot. Why is this funny? Because we already know that CL is participating in adult games outside of this school. He's already having to deal with things that these kids are at least 4 to 5 years out from even having to pretend to deal with. He is, by all intents and purposes, a more adult character when placed into the role of having to pretend to be a child. This is an interesting dynamic, is because you would think, in theory, he would be able to one-up these fools by having this more worldly experience. However, that's not what's translating here. What's translating is the fact that CL is a small adult, which I mean that literally. He's a 13 to 14-year-old boy. He's a small adult having to now contend with peers his own age who do not care about the daily machinations of their adult counterparts yet, because these kids do not see their parents except on holidays and whenever a major life event has happened for them. Parents in Victorian England literally ignored their children like it was a job. I feel so bad for these kids. Children throughout all of Victorian England, no matter their demographic, do not rank as a priority ever at all for any adult around them. They are either there to propagate the bloodline, or they are there to earn a paycheck. There is a middle ground that I won't touch because I don't want to, but those are the two main sources that are conflicting with each other. CL is unfortunately falling into the second category of he's there to do a job, but these other kids are there to uphold the family legacy, and he can't stand it, is because the adults he has to play with have already hashed out this bullying pecking order nonsense, and he knows where he sits amongst the adults. It's not a question. Him now having to play the game that's rigged for him right now, where he has to start at the beginning, is annoying and aggravating, and it's actually a really good arc of showing us that, yes, in school, CL would have tried his hardest, and if he had been allowed to be a normal kid, he might have had a semi-decent time at school, because he does show some competency at what being a gopher is. It's just he's never had to do this is because he's never had to pretend to care about other people like this. Again, he went from small child, traumatizing canon event, Sebastian is summoned, Sebastian tutors him, cue him being the watchdog of the Queen of England, because of course he is. That's the point, right? And that's what it's so fascinating, is this entire arc, divorced from the Aurora Society, divorced from whatever the is going on with this will they won't they plot with Sebastian and Ciel, which I'm still uncomfortable with. Ciel still being allowed to be a child in this arc and not knowing how to actually act like one because he's never been allowed to be one is fascinating. It shows us, the audience, what he's lost. Not what he could have had, but what was stolen from him. And that is an infinitely more interesting conversation than anything else that's happened so far in Black Butler. I know right now you're waiting for me to go on and on about all this historical and I did it at the beginning. Truth be told, I really just want to get through these last 2 arcs and then get into the character introspection, is because these last 2 arcs are coming up on the fact that it's now trying to get a little close to catching up in the manga, which is not a bad thing. It's just I don't know where the manga is going to go right now, because I picked back up reading the manga back during the public school arc. Like, I went all the way back to the beginning of it because I had a pretty good memory of what's happening. And no spoilers, again, but based on how the manga is going, the next couple seasons of Black Butler are gonna be wild, and I personally can't wait for them. But for this specific section of the video, the public school arc, it's interesting, it's cool, I had a grand time watching it, and shout out to this particular scene, because it almost made me spit out my soda and, like, out my nose.
Ciel, up here! Look, I've arrived!
That buffoon! I explicitly told him in my letter to act as if we weren't acquainted.
Your letter was a very pleasant surprise, my friend. I'd have joined you sooner if I'd known you didn't want to come here alone.
Do you see 9 p.m. on your phone? You blowing my phone up like these minutes free.
A pity that our story should have such a prosaic ending.
Oh my god, Sebastian, be so serious in this arc. Okay, really quick aside before I jump into all of the stuff that I really want to talk about. Sebastian in this arc really ramps up, having to make Ciel and also Sigrid, this girl, feel super dependent on him, which I personally think is a really great addition for showing us how evil he actually is. Like, thank you to whoever wrote this particular season for letting us, the audience, actually hear and remember this fool is a demon. He's here to eat Ciel on purpose, and it's not haha euphemism, it's for real. This season really hands you that, no, he's gonna kill this fool on a silver platter. Truth be told, I'm not upset about the fact that they included this in this arc. I'm actually really glad that they would like to remind the public that Sebastian, for all of his pretty boy looks, is a immortal monster that doesn't actually care. And, okay, Sebastian aside, because this whole entire, like, 3-hour narrative at this point. 2 hours? I feel like we're at 2:15 at this point. Let's just say 3 hours, because that makes it easier to make my point. For 3 hours, it's been how Ciel and Sebastian and the history of Victorian England is influencing this story. Really quick, just so we can get it out of the way. History of Victorian England, London, and Germany in this universe. Germany doesn't become a whole country until 1871. Up until this point in history, it's a bunch of different vassal states all basically sharing the same Germanic language and agreeing on the same Germanic royal line, which is also part of the royal Victorian era bloodline. Fun fact, Queen Victoria married a German prince. That's why they're so interconnected. This is why when it gets brought up in Book of Murder with Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, it comes back here. All of this is happening. It's Victorian England. They're making World War I era toxic bombs. It's fine. It's fiction. It's whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Moving on. Why is this important? Because all of the history that is part of the Victorian era bullhunky machine is really prevalent in this season. But what's more prevalent in this season is the fact that Ciel and Sigrid, the Emerald Witch herself, are presented to us, the audience, as the children that they are meant to be. We are literally shown in more than one scene, religiously, constantly, that they're kids. They are out of their depth all the time. And it isn't until Ciel wakes up from his, we're just gonna call it what it is, his roofie extreme rash explosion, that he goes back to being the same competent 13 to 14-year-old boy we've been following around for way too many seasons at this point. Why is this important? Because this could have been the season, right, in fan fiction universe where everybody starts getting along. Ciel actually embraces being a child in a foreign country because he doesn't have the lofty expectations beholden to him here. And it's like, yeah, we're actually in a forest. We could have had a whole Studio Ghibli movie. Speaking of, I'm doing a whole Studio Ghibli really long movie. Please be on the lookout for that. God, it's gonna be such a long video. Anyway, it could have been that, but that's not the point of Black Butler. The point of Black Butler is the fact that we are presented with the very ugly side of systems like this in place. The Emerald Witch, you come to find out in this season, spoiler alert for everybody who hasn't seen it, she's not a witch. She's just a very, very smart science experiment that these people in this fake little German city in Durham have been brainwashing to think that it's really important. There are no werewolves. She is not a witch. There is no magic. She is just very good at understanding chemical reactions and how it works, because that's what she's been programmed to do as an experiment from some that died way too long ago. It's fine, it's whatever, it's not fine, it's not whatever. My point is, we are shown the ugly side of the Victorian London era machine. Is the fashion really appealing and aesthetic to most modern people? Absolutely it is. I can admit that. I think a lot of Victorian era fashion is very appealing to the eye. But I also am aware of why that fashion was so appealing, is because it was made from the unapologetic abuse and exploitation of children. CL is supposed to be he's in a very nice position of power. He does not get abused. He does get abused. He gets abused in different ways, but he's still being abused. I'm sorry, I spent 2 hours and like 30 minutes at this rate trying really hard to like dance around this, but I don't care anymore. After watching all of this and being okay with all of it, Sebastian is put on display in this season as an extraordinarily predatory being. Here's the fun part about it, right? And by fun, I mean it's aggravating once you realize it. When CL ends up age regressing because of the stuff that happened to him in the forest, he goes back to the scared little boy before he summoned Sebastian. So when he sees Sebastian, he doesn't see the guy that saved him. He sees one of the people that abused him before he got Sebastian, and he kicks Sebastian out because he can't handle it. Mentally, he can't. So who gets put in his place? Finny. Finny, who is also a child of experimentation and abuse, and who is objectively extraordinarily strong and doesn't feel pain, but he does love CL unconditionally. He loves CL. And CL, because he has a mind of a child at this moment, can feel that Finny is extraordinarily kind. He is extraordinarily patient with him. Finny is constantly, while he's babying CL, trying to be so kind, so nice, so demure, so understanding, and he's very good at it. And Sebastian can only take so much of this being told, don't touch me, you don't come near me, from his food source for so long. When he has enough of it, he has enough of it. He's like, nope, Finny, get the out of the bedroom, and he literally throws him out. And when CL, who is still age regressed, cannot handle anything that is happening to him, Sebastian has the God-given audacity of an overly ripe turnip that's oozing at this rate to tell him, you know, you're right. Your servants love you enough. They might take care of you like this, but we have a contract. That's not me reaching. He literally tells him this.
You'll be free to hide yourself away. Perhaps remain in that bed forever. I imagine your servants would be happy to look after you.
So why are we talking about it? Because me being upset, which I understand it's hard sometimes with my mostly monotone voice and my cat playing in the background at maximum volume with her extraordinarily loud crunchy toy. If you can hear her, I apologize. It's hard to hear this, and it's hard for me to talk about it because it's very aggravating and it's very annoying, is because I would love to talk about the fact that this is an anime that looks you dead in the eye and says, is Sebastian extraordinarily pretty compared to most of the other male counterparts in the anime? Yes. This is not up for debate, this is not up for a question. This is objectively what is happening. But it's also telling you Sebastian is a monster. He is a monster all the way through, from how he touches CL, for how he talks to CL, for reminding CL, especially in this season, you're food, and that's never going to change. And I think that is objectively more compelling of an argument for why the toxic ship of Sebastian and Ciel is so gross and so unsettling, but it's such a big part of the fandom. I understand why. It's not lost on me why it is. It's because it hits all of the dark, tragic, yaoi romance tropes that honestly sometimes you get tired of seeing, and I say that as a woman who particularly likes reading all my Fujoshi shit. I do. I'm not gonna even pretend to sit there and not say that that's what's happening. My point is, this season really shows us the exploitation and abuse of children. Ciel is taken care of very well by Finny and by all the other servants, and while all this is happening, Sebastian gets relegated to taking care of the Emerald Witch, who already has her own butler, but Sebastian is moving him out by proving to be a more competent butler, which you can read that any way you want. I'm not going to tell you how to feel about it, but my point is, Sebastian is a very cold, calculating, cunning demon. This season does a great job of reminding you of that, of reminding you that he is exactly what was promised to us. Long story short, for this season, so I can just get it out of the way because it's going to bother me if I don't say it now. They eventually get the Emerald Witch to come back with them to London. She's able to finally live a free life as a normal-ish girl, and it's all good and Gucci and what have you. Mazel tov, God bless, go in peace, yay. Here's the sad part about this. She's not, because Ciel still has to give his report to the Queen of England, who sent him to Germany in the first place. So what do you think he's going to end up telling her? He's going to end up telling her the truth. This girl is very, very smart. She's very, very good at making weapons. She's very good at understanding how to make chemical reactions that can hurt and kill people. What do you think that a leader of a country is going to do with this information? I could tell you historically what people have done with very, very brilliant people that they've snatched from Germany. America has done it. The Germans literally had a capitalization on all their brilliant scientists, and America during World War II looked at them and was like, hey, fun fact, we'll give you amnesty and we'll pretend you didn't do any of the horrible stuff you did if you come for us and make us weapons instead. And you know what they did? Those German scientists, they jumped on that bandwagon very, very quickly, because that's the point. The Emerald Witch doesn't know that she's going to be exploited. We, the audience, know she's going to be exploited, and that's worse. And it makes it even more sad is because the exploitation that is going to occur to this girl is happening by the hands of another child who himself is being exploited, both by the Queen of England and the Crown and the royal bloodline and the demon he works for. Sebastian makes it a point to tell Ciel right here in this season, you trying to get out of your obligation to me is the fastest way that we end this contract. I have to keep you alive in order for me to eat. But if you decide to nope out of our agreed contractual obligation, I'll just eat you anyway and call it good. Because Sebastian is an apex predator who is already putting in way too much time and energy into this meal. So if this meal thinks that they're going to renege on what has already been agreed upon, Ciel has another thing coming. I said it in Book of the Atlantic and I'll say it here now. Sebastian needs to keep Ciel on Sebastian's leash. It is a contract where Ciel is under the erroneous assumption that he is the master and he holds the leash and he holds the power. Incorrect. That is not true at all. Sebastian is more than happy to let Ciel think he's driving the car, that Ciel has power over Sebastian, that Ciel can make him do anything he wants, anytime, anywhere, for any reason. Sebastian's more than happy to let him believe that, because that's all that Sebastian really needs Ciel to actually believe. The reality of it is, Sebastian is only listening to Ciel up to a point, and if it's not something he particularly wants to do, he can choose and elect to ignore it. Ciel tells him, I don't want you in my room, don't touch me. And he said it as an order, and Sebastian listened, right up until the point that Sebastian had quite enough of pretending to give a this order and said, you know what, never mind, and walked right in anyway and threw out Ciel's only other, not even defender, only other friend and occupant in this scenario. And that's so much worse, if you really think about it, is because, yes, in the current narrative, when all of this is happening, let's say Ciel at this point in time is 14 years old. It's been several years since Sebastian came into Ciel's life, at least 6, to 7 years at this point. So what is happening? That means for half of Ciel's life, he has been either sickly, abused, or has had a literal demon constantly following him around and whispering in his ear. That should be something that we as the audience talk about more. The fact that Sebastian has made it a point to be so interwoven and enmeshed with Ciel and all of his stuff that the second that Ciel gives him an order to not touch him and leave him alone until I tell you to come back in, Sebastian elects to completely ignore that order because it's starting to bother him and annoy him and other happening, and Sebastian needs him to kind of hurry up and like get better. Which, you know what, for the sake of the anime, they rush through it because Ciel has a come to Jesus moment, which is fine, right? It's a story. I'm willing to hand wave it away. But let's really dissect that. Sebastian has lied to Ciel and told him to his face, "You are my master. You are in charge of me. And until the day that I have given you what you specifically want out of this contractual obligation, I have to listen to you." And Ciel agreed to that when he was a small child and didn't really understand what was probably being said to him. And Sebastian knows this. It's not like Sebastian is also the same age as Ciel and is playing the long con. He's who knows how much older than Ciel, and he's making it a point to just do whatever it is he's doing. And that's so much worse when you think about it. Sebastian's exploitation of Ciel is well documented in the series. It's well documented in the manga. It's super well documented in the manga, but I've made it a point that unless you have already read the manga, then this video is just not going to hit you the same way. This is for the people that have only ever watched the anime, which I understand is a lot of people. Why is it important that we talk about the exploitation of Ciel in the narrative of Black Butler? Because Ciel is our main character. He is the person we are rooting for. We want him to find out what happened to his family and why they were targeted. We want him to get his happily ever after, even if that means that he has to sell his soul to the demon Sebastian to do it. We want him to be our competent hero. And the worst part about all of this, every single time, is that that's not what is happening. If we played this game of making Ciel older, if we made him 24 instead of 14 in this scene, and Sebastian's only been with him for like 6 or 7 years, it makes us a lot more sympathetic to the fact that Ciel was very aware of what he was doing, what he was asking, and what Sebastian was basically telling him without saying it out loud. We're more willing to believe that, yes, Ciel is very aware of the power imbalance that is at play in this narrative, but he's not. The actual narrative is that Ciel is a little boy, and he probably thought he understood what this demon was telling him, and he really didn't. Sebastian tells him, "I will help you do this, and then I will consume your soul as payment." That's a lot of words for a kid to hear. I don't actually think Ciel really understands that. Like, on some level, I think he does. Do you understand what I mean? Like, yes, he understands that at the end of the day, Sebastian's going to kill them. But I don't think he actually understands what that means in connection with everything else that is going on. I want Ciel to have a semi-normal childhood. I want the Emerald Witch to have a semi-normal childhood. I don't want any of this terrible stuff to happen to them. But that is in a world of fan fiction, and people have written those fan fictions, and I'm glad people have written those. Consequently, that's not the reason why people tune into Black Butler. We tune into Black Butler to see everything that is happening. I admit that. I tune into Black Butler to see what is happening, what new shenanigans has befallen Ciel and our demon Sebastian. I'm sorry. I understand that Sebastian is extraordinarily pretty. I understand that. Why Yana Toboso made him that way, I understand. But I can also admit that if Sebastian looked any other way than extraordinarily pretty, everything he does in this narrative would be framed extraordinarily differently. So don't even play that game that's not true. That's 100% true. The Emerald Witch arc is the latest arc of Black Butler, and it just only came out literally last year in 2025. So why am I talking about it now? Because it's important and it's part of this introspection on Black Butler. Here's the long story short for this particular season, divorced from all the history stuff that is just prevalent in all the other ones. It's a really good arc, but it's a really good arc because of how it explains stuff and I'll just call it what it is, the rampant abuse that CL goes through specifically in this arc. In the public school arc, it was funny when he got whacked in the face while they were playing cricket, because that's like childhood merriment. You're gonna get hit with the ball sometimes if you play sports. It's funny, it's cute, it's fine, because we understand that Sebastian can only interfere so much in that setting. This, oh my god. Now, I understand that Sebastian didn't know that this sickness was going to attack them, but they had been told prior to this, anybody that goes in the woods usually ends up dying.
We go and die on oh no witch's curse, no fear. No sum o' money could convince me to take ye there, etc., etc.
This should have been a, CL, you should have only sent Sebastian. It's not like he can actually die for real. He can just get a little irritated, but that's not what happens. And instead of Sebastian indicating that to CL, the very human child, he takes him with him anyway. And that's my point, right? Sebastian has shown that he can, in fact, disregard orders and talk back, but he picks and chooses when he wants to disregard orders and talk back. And I feel like we need to talk about that more.
Gun to your head. Name me 3 solo gutter songs.
Let's see. How does that horrible rhyme go again? Sugar and spice and everything nice. That's what little girls are made of.
Okay, so this is the Black Butler character arc section where I promise I'm going to talk about everybody that I didn't have time to talk about in the main sections of this video. I'm going to be 100% completely honest, there are some people that are only present in the anime that don't really show up and have really deep, compelling character arcs until way later in the manga. And since they're not in the anime and that's all I'm really talking about, those are the only people that I'm actually really going to be discussing. So, disclaimer aside, we're actually going to have to talk about everything from inside the manor and work our way out. And I want to start with Elizabeth, CL's fiancée, Lizzie for short.
I am Elizabeth, daughter of the Marquess of Scotney. My father is Alexis Leon Midford, Knight Guard Cross. I will marry the Queen's guard dog!
Because she's such a deep, compelling character. Now, the first time she's introduced in season 1, yes, you are supposed to think she's a little annoying. She's written like that on purpose. As the seasons progress, we don't really see her a lot, but she does have a major defining character moment in Book of the Atlantic, because you come to find out that Lizzie, for all of her annoying habits, is actually a deeply emotionally mature young lady. She is very aware that CL, due to his time in captivity, is significantly shorter than most boys his age due to that captivity, and because girls tend to hit their growth spurts earlier than their male counterparts, she sees that she is significantly taller than him, even in her kitten heels. So while Lizzie is also a 13 to 14-year-old girl in the anime, she purposely keeps dressing like a 10 to 11-year-old child in order to make CL seem much more mature and much more in control of stuff than he actually is as far as she is concerned, and she makes herself lesser to make him seem better. You've come to find out in Book of the Atlantic, she is a world-class fencer, because of course she is. I have to explain this. So CL's aunt is biologically connected to the Phantom Hives. She married, right as per her station, but her children are still Phantom Hives by marriage. This means that CL's aunt grew up also knowing all the deep, dark, dirty secrets that the Phantom Hives were participating in all the time. It's just she wasn't the watchdog, her brother Vincent was. So it's easier for her to move out of that, at least tangentially out of it, than her brother and by extension CL is. But because families in this time married off their children to each other. I know, it's gross, it's icky, we don't have time to talk about it because I don't want to talk about it. In all honesty, I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's nothing I could do about it. I vote for it. We stop putting it in, though, even if it's historically accurate. Anyway, Lizzie is a great fencer, but she doesn't show this part of herself off is because she wants CL to always view her as aesthetically as humanly possible, because she really, really loves CL all the time. She is constantly trying to hype up the fact that CL is the best 5 ever. Even in season 2, which is 100% fan fiction, like, she goes out of her way to make it a point that Ciel is who she chooses all the time. She really loves him. And you have to feel your heart break for her is because Ciel is so hyper-focused on his revenge plot, he kind of really doesn't focus on her too much. I'm not saying he doesn't love her, right? That's not what I'm saying. He's so focused on his revenge, he can't see anything past it. He's aware of her out of like the corner of his eye, but it's not really important to him in the grander scheme of it all. And you know, you gotta feel bad for her because it's like, girl, please take the L, get somebody different, demand they absolve the fiance status, Jesus. I personally like Lizzie though, for the fact that she is very hyper competent and she is very aware of her station in society, and she is still purposely choosing to be with Ciel because she loves him so much. I personally don't get it. Like, girl, we could be doing so much better than this. But that isn't really the point. We have to feel compelled for Elizabeth because of what she's choosing, not in spite of it. Because Ciel is our main character and we follow him through every single season and we root for him. By contrast, we are also rooting for Lizzie, that eventually all of this lovey-dovey stuff will come to fruition in some way, shape, or form.
Nigga, did you just go a wild?
Very pleasant surprise, my friend. I'd have joined you sooner if I'd known you didn't want to come here alone. Ciel, can you not hear me from down there?
Okay, time to talk about Soma and Agni. I absolutely love Soma. He is my favorite because he is so unadulteratedly happy. Even in the fan fiction season 2, he's still considered such a decent, kind person. And I really love him is because, unlike in the fanfiction of season 2, Soma and Agni are a direct paralleled mirror to Ciel and Sebastian. And I do mean that literally, because despite the fact that there are a lot of relationships in Black Butler that exist to entertain, unsettle, and also just to push the plot forward at all times, very few exist to show a deep-seated reflection and an outright condemnation of the relationship of Sebastian and Ciel. Prince Soma and Agni are that mirror because they're not just side characters. They're showing you what Ciel could have been like had he had a butler who was objectively there to actually propel him forward and to be a better person. They're fundamentally broken people, but they're broken in different ways. Here, let me explain. When you place the two pairs side by side, something uncomfortable becomes extraordinarily clear really fast. Ciel and Sebastian are what happens when love is replaced with control, and Soma and Agni are what happens when devotion remains terrifyingly, unapologetically human. What I mean by this is, on the surface, both pairs share the same structure. A master, a service, a contract. Both of these things are always happening to all of them. However, there is a big difference. Sebastian obeys, not because he's loyal to Ciel or because he actually gives two about him, but because there's a binding contract that means he has to have control and authority given to Ciel at all times. We talk about this a lot in this, I'm not going to be here for too long. Because at the end of the day, Ciel is offering up his soul to Sebastian, and that's really all Sebastian particularly cares about. However, Prince Soma is different. Prince Soma saves Agni, and that is important. Agni chooses to stay because, yes, Prince Soma is a spoiled brat. He is the 13th Prince of India. That's the whole point. But the difference is immediate because Agni chooses to stay with him all the time, even though he is naive and emotional and sometimes even selfish to an extent. But all of that doesn't matter to Agni because Soma sees Agni as a friend, a confidant, a person, before he sees him as anything else. And because he doesn't see Agni as a tool, Agni values Soma and his kindness above everything, all the time. Agni doesn't have to stay. There's no contract demanding it. He doesn't get anything out of this. He serves him because he loves Soma in some way, shape, or form. Whereas Sebastian is doing it not out of any other reason than because that's dinner. That's it. I really do like the fact that Soma and Agni are an actual realistic dark mirror to Sebastian and Ciel, because Sebastian's relationship with Ciel is predatory at its core. There's no sidestepping around it. I'm tired of trying to make it sound more refined than it is. It's not. It's predatory. It's supposed to be. Soma and Agni aren't. Agni chooses to be there for Soma because despite all of his flaws, Agni sees Soma at his worst but knows he can be better. And we do see Agni grow and change and learn to be better. Actually, in the public school arc, we see this extraordinarily, just blatantly on screen. He makes it a point to be a better person all the time. He chooses to keep making strides forward to go from being a spoiled, entitled child to being a prince worthy of his lineage. That sounds weird to say, but that's true. And that's one of the most important aspects of Soma's character, is the fact that he does change, that he is allowed to grow and become a different person all the time, which is vastly different from Ciel. Ciel doesn't get to grow in the same way of becoming a better person. He actually becomes worse as the seasons progress. He's becoming more and more calculated and cold and cruel, and that's the problem. Sebastian doesn't want Ciel to grow beyond him, because the moment Ciel is beyond him, he no longer needs him. The contract has a way of ending, so Sebastian needs to keep Ciel tucked right up against his chest at all times, whereas Soma and Agni, not so much. Soma is allowed to be free and wander and do everything he wants. He just chooses to drag Agni along with him. But during the public school arc, because Agni can't go with him, Agni is upset about it, because what if Soma gets in trouble or the other kids are mean to him?
Agni wanted terribly to come along, but did you know public schools don't allow servants?
Obviously, it's common knowledge.
My prince!
But he lets him go, crying and weeping as he is. But that's the point. Agni knows that Soma needs to be able to grow beyond him at some point. And that's really the fundamental difference. Agni chooses kindness and to allow Soma to be objectively a human being at all times. Sebastian chooses consumption, and he is basing all of his, I'm going to air quotes this, care for Ciel around what Ciel believes a butler is supposed to be. Ciel's understanding of his place in society and how a butler is supposed to act is colored by the fact that he was an extraordinarily young child when the tragedy of the Phantom Hive Manor literally burning to the ground happened, and also the fact that the Queen's watchdog position means he is always put into the center and forefront of everything terrible always happening. Ciel doesn't have the luxury of learning how to be a better person, because he chose to put himself right into the boiling pot of water with very little time to adjust. And I think that's the main thing about it. Do I wish that Soma and Agni had more screen time? Absolutely. I absolutely love Soma. I think he is objectively the funniest character. However, and I cannot stress this enough, I am glad that Soma and Agni exist primarily outside of Ciel and Sebastian's terrible will they won't they dark romance plot, and they are allowed to have their own adventures. Because I do not speak about the manga, I'm just going to say this with all the conviction I feel in my black little soul. I am really, really super duper glad, actually, that the anime is finally giving Soma and Agni more screen time, because what happens when that happens in the manga is devastating. Oh, I can't wait to actually have it be put on screen so that way I can come back and do a different deep dive into Black Butler. But that's neither here nor there.
Got a worm? I got a worm too. Now what size you want your shirt?
Love me there. If anyone scary comes, I'll run them off for you. You've nothing to fear. I'll protect you no matter what. That was my vow to you. From the day you gave me my name until my last.
Okay, truth be told, I know that we zoomed out all the way to Agni and Soma before this, but we need to go zoom back in a little to talk about the Phantom Hive Manor servants. Now, in particular, in Book of the Circus, they show you why Ciel is so incredibly confident in them, is because Sebastian went out of his way to find people to be competent in this particular area, which is being what they are. Bard used to be in the military. May Rin used to be an assassin. Finny used to be an experiment. It's not hard to understand why they were chosen, especially when it's just put on full display that they are hyper competent in this particular area, and they are extraordinarily loyal to CL. Because in their minds, CL is the reason why they have the life that they do. They're not particularly skilled at being servants, but they are particularly skilled at being able to follow orders, particularly Sebastian's orders. Sebastian is the head butler. He's the one that tells them what to do, how to do it, and is often the one cleaning up their messes because they're just not that good at it, which is not a condemnation of them. In fact, it's what makes them particularly charming is because, yes, is Sebastian uber competent? Yes. Because CL made him that way. He literally beat Sebastian into being the perfect butler, and Sebastian in turn doesn't have time, energy, or particularly caring about the others following in his footsteps. It's just not in him to do it, and he just needs them to do what they do best, which again is shown in the Circus arc. I really like the Phantom Hive servants is because the ability to showcase them not only as these hyper competent people outside of their respective roles in the house shows us for a fact that CL wanted people that he would be able to keep underneath his thumb insofar as he really didn't understand that, what he was doing. I'm gonna be honest, I know that I keep trying really hard not to infantilize CL, and it's very easy to do so because I view him as a child, but let's be 100% completely for real honest. He is very aware of what he's doing, it's just sometimes I think the awareness comes from what he is emulating and not if he actually really knows it, which kind of isn't really the point. My point is, the Phantom Hive servants are exactly what they need to be. They need to be the comic relief that show up all the time, and they need to be the ones that we, as the audience, feel the most connection to, even though they don't really have that much screen time. We love the fact that in the movies in particular, they're still there. They're still, well, not Book of the Atlantic, but in Book of Murder, they're still there, and they're still very aware that they need to take care of CL first. Because in Book of Murder, Sebastian dies, we'll just call it what it is, or he fakes his death anyway, and as such it's up to the rest of the servants to keep the house running, because in their mind, if Sebastian is gone, that means it falls on us to keep all of this working, and we have to be the best for our benefactor. Our benefactor being a 12 to 13-year-old little boy who wears an eye patch, which is fine. They don't actually ever seem to really look down on or question too much how a literal child is piloting all of this. In fact, they're quite content to just, alright, whatever, it's a paycheck, he lets us sleep in the house, and he's very kind to us compared to the that is his literal butler. I don't have a lot to say on the Phantom Hive servants, not because I don't find them deeply compelling and deeply interesting. They are deeply compelling and deeply interesting. It's just, in order to talk about them, I would have to talk about manga stuff that I just don't want to talk about because this is specifically about the anime. And because a lot of people don't read the anime, which is where like 99% of all spoilers come from, I don't feel comfortable voicing those opinions about these characters in particular because I would be ruining the series for a lot of people. I understand that a lot of this is new and a lot of this is not new, and I understand that there are fans coming in from all different eras. That's fine. I just don't think it's fair for me to spoil it for people without me pre-warning about everything. But in this case, because there's just so many moving parts, there's no way to spoil this and not make it sound like I'm trying to steal it from you without just outright stealing it from you. So, for this particular section, I am sorry to say, I don't have a lot to say on them because there's so much stuff that happens in the manga in particular that really gets into it where the anime hasn't caught up quite yet, so I can't vouch for a lot of stuff. I can vouch for what I do know. Bard used to be an army man. He used to be at war. Sebastian literally picked him up from there. May Rin used to be an assassin and she was very competent at it, and Sebastian picked her up again from there. And we learn in the Emerald Witch arc, from Finny's point of view more than anything else, is that he was a child experiment and he was saved by Ciel and Sebastian, and Ciel is the one that gave him his name, and he is very, very grateful for that name because he feels that it's the first thing that was ever his. For the record, Finny was named after a fairy tale character, Finnegan. They just call him Finny. It's a very humanizing moment for all of the Phantom Hive servants is because the reason why they are loyal to CL is because, like I said, they do feel this deep kinship and connection to him, due in large part to the fact that he saved them in some way, shape, or form. And I know somebody is going to ask me, what war could they have fished Bard out of? It doesn't matter. I'm going to be 100% honest. It doesn't actually particularly matter what war they fished him out of and saved him from. War is terrible for everybody that's involved in it. He just happened to be particularly good at it, and it got to be translated into defense for this one area, which, in all honesty, Sebastian does 99% of the defense more than anybody else. It's just in some particular instances when Sebastian and CL aren't there, it falls to them, and they're very competent about it. I know I don't talk about Tanaka a lot because, in all honesty, Tanaka is a weird character because, again, it's manga compliance and I don't want to spoil people that haven't read the manga. So who is Tanaka? Tanaka was the original head of the household butler guy, I can speak English, before the fire and tragedy happened. After it happened, he went into pseudo-retirement, and then when CL took back over, he rehired Tanaka as the secondary butler. And Tanaka really isn't active as a rule unless it absolutely calls for it. We usually see him as just being this kind and senile old man, except that's totally a lie, but again, I can't get into it. All I can tell you is that if you get really into Black Butler and you finally pick up the manga, the servants become really deep and compelling characters and you start to feel for them. They have such amazing stories that just I can't get into here. Also, really quick shout out to, in particular scenes, is this scene from Book of Circus when these two, Beast and Dagger, I think is his name, I don't really remember, I'm sorry, it's been a long time, and also it's been a lot of research, so much research, are in the manor. Finny ends up throwing statues at them, which he does a lot because he's very strong, and at one point one of the statues isn't holding up to snuff, and the guy that throws the daggers tries to get him, and May Rin shoots the daggers out of his trajectory, and Finny waves to her like thank you, which tells you, the audience, that yes, are they bumbling idiots 99% of the time? Absolutely. But when it really counts and matters, they are very hyper aware of where each other is, what the game plan is, and they're always watching each other's back. Yeah, Finny can literally take a bunch of damage, but they don't want to see him get hurt because it kind of doesn't make sense. For the record, to put this into perspective, Finny is the tank. It's not that he can't take the damage, it's that it's just not okay for him to take the damage because his friends don't want him to. Which is, again, a deeply compelling and really sweet character arc. I wish I could, again, go deeper into this, and I'm sorry I can't. But what I can tell you is that of all of the servants for Phantom Hive, there is no single one that outranks the other in my mind. They are all doing exactly what they need to do in order to do it, and I'm really happy that the narrative for them serves as a function to further their characters, even though they are not omnipresent in the narrative. They still serve a very vital function, and I'm very happy about that. But if I had to put them into a ranking based entirely off of just how they are and how they act, Finny is my favorite. And Finny is my favorite is because his optimism is infectious. He is a very bright and bubbly person, and he does try very, very hard to see the good in other people. He wants there to be good in other people because after a lifetime of being experimented on, it's CL's kindness that sticks out to him. Even though CL is, for all objective purposes, using him, he still only sees the good in that, and I love characters like that, which is not a bad thing, right? I love when those kinds of characters are written. But if you really want to learn more about the Phantom Hive servants, maybe consider picking up the manga and discussing it in detail, because it's really interesting.
It's about that time.
Hi, where you going?
I just have a little work to do.
Oh, that's a shame. Want to meet me here again tomorrow?
Sure, all right. If we're both still alive.
What's that?
Okay, so we're finally at the section where I can finally talk about my other favorite character, Grell. And by that I mean we're finally going to talk about the Shinigami in Black Butler. A full 100% disclosure. The amount of anime that have Shinigami in it is vast and really prevalent, but the things I could think of off the top of my head are Death Note, Soul Eater, Bleach, and also Black Butler. Speaking of Death Note, BT Dubs, I'm going to be doing a Death Note, Black Butler, I'm doing a Black Butler video, a Death Note video sometime in the near future, so be on the lookout for that. If it's already out, or you're viewing this in the very, very, very distant future, the link will be up in the description somewhere below. Anyway, I want to talk about the Shinigami, or the Grim Reapers in Black Butler, is because, like I said, Grim Reapers are not particularly new to any media. In Western media specifically, it's usually just the Grim Reaper, that little guy in a black cloak and a scythe and skeleton bones. Shinigami, by that same token, are Japan's version of the Grim Reaper, except totally not really, because the idea of Shinigami literally translates to death gods. It's a lot trickier than it looks, and unlike Western Grim Reaper figures, they're not a single ancient, clearly defined being of death. In fact, they're more like a turducket that has evolved over time. A turducket that evolved over time, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna explain this. If you watched my Mononoke video, I do actually talk about this, kind of, because it's really important. So, we have to go all the way back, way back, to ancient Japan, like before the 1600s Japan. So we're going super far back. There wasn't really Shinigami yet. Because of this is because the early religion of Japan, which is the Shinto religion, which is still alive in Japan and it's still practiced over there, didn't have a clear god of death. Like in Western traditions, death was understood as two ways. There was Kigare, which is pollution, and then there is Yomi, the land of the dead. So pollution, it was just death was seen as spiritually unclean. It was associated with impurity and not like being good and not really evil, but it was like personified evil. Basically, the long and short of it was people even back then knew dead bodies carry disease, don't touch them. Yomi, this is the land of the dead. It's not as hard to understand. The underworld, basically, was ruled by Izanami. We talked briefly, I believe, in Mononoke about this fool. But the Japanese version of the underworld is a place of stagnation and decay. Nobody gets punished there. It's just forever and ever, amen, and it's gross. So what changes? Well, thanks for asking. The arrival of Buddhism, actually, is what happens, which I think is super funny. Okay, so follow me. With the arrival of Buddhism, figures like Yama, or Enmao in Japan, make an appearance. And he did actually judge souls after death. But I need to be really clear. Even though he is judging these souls, he's not collecting them. Because none of these figures mentioned at all do that. They don't collect them. They just don't. It's not how Westerners would understand it. But they did cause death directly. They acted like Grim Reapers. So at this stage, death existed, but no agent of death did, which I think is hilarious. So we have to actually finally get to the Edo period, when all of this starts to make sense. Oh, the Edo period, we see you a lot in a lot of my videos. Maybe I'll do a whole video about it. I don't know. Put a pin in it. Anyway, around the Edo period, which is 1603 to 1868, quite a long time for a period to last. You should get checked by your doctor if it lasts more than 7 days. Let alone almost 200 years. This is where the birth of the Shinigami actually starts to happen, because the term Shinigami begins to appear in the Edo period, especially in kabuki theater and in storytelling traditions, because that is when it starts to become prevalent, because folktale at this point in time is a societal, not exercise, but like a societal pastime. So what were Shinigami like? Well, according to all the stories that were told about them, they're not gods in like the strictest sense of the word, but they do encapsulate a type of spirituality. They're spirits with influence, right? If that's the best way to associate with them. They're spirit influencers. This episode is brought to you by Shikigami Coffins. Jesus Christ. Sound like the Undertaker. But that is true. They're associated with temptation towards death, towards suicide, towards misfortune, and they have a habit of whispering to people or luring them towards fatal decisions. They attach themselves to the dying because they know for a fact they are going to pass. For the record, the Grim Reapers in Black Butler actually become Grim Reapers because they are people who did commit suicide, and this is their punishment of having to be around the living and collecting them. So what is the actual difference between them and Western Grim Reapers? Thank you so much for asking. So here's the thing. The Western Grim Reaper, it has a 9 to 5 and a pension plan, and a 401k for collecting dead people. Shinigami do not. They're neutral collectors of souls. They represent cosmic order. They do not have a 401k, a pension, and they don't clock out 9 to 5. Their hours are all over the place. Think of them as freelance, which is exactly how Black Butler characterizes them. And because they're basically freelance and all over the place, this makes them ambiguous and sometimes malicious. Most of the time, though, they're just there. So why are we bringing this up? Well, because the reason why this is super duper prevalent, at least for me, for the Black Butler series, is because in a series that actually touches on the idea of making deals with demons and all this other bull-honky shenaniganry, the idea that death is literally there doing paperwork all the time is interesting. And the reason why it is interesting in the context of Black Butler is because Ciel has a constant, never-ending meter for these guys. They're never not bothering him. The only time the Grim Reapers do not show up in Black Butler is during the Sherlock Holmes debacle. It's the only time they don't make an appearance. Because it's raining, and also it was a murder mystery. We were supposed to have fun with it. All other arcs in Black Butler, they make an appearance. From season 1 all the way to the Emerald Witch arc. They're constantly in the narrative, which is important. They're constantly in the narrative is because death is omnipresent in the story itself. The story itself even begins with death. Literally, Ciel's parents die. They are killed, which means there was a Grim Reaper there, more than likely to collect the souls. It's just Ciel didn't see them because they have a habit of not really being tangible to people. So when we see these Grim Reapers who are tangible specifically to Ciel, it's because it's trying very subtly to tell you, the audience, something. Ciel can see them even when they're not trying to be perceived, because his death certificate is always hanging over him, and his death certificate has a name, Sebastian. Sebastian is his death certificate. It's the reason why in season 1, when Grell is attacking them in the Jack the Ripper case, which was never given justice, and I kind of feel bad about that, Ciel is not really worried, except he kind of is, but I'm not going to spoil it for people. But Sebastian himself and Grell have a not really philosophical discussion about it, because Grell notes that that boy should be dead because there's a death contract on him, and also we have a death certificate for him, so he shouldn't be wandering around. And Sebastian kind of just waves him off because, yeah, you'd be amazed how many people fake their own death. If you read the manga, that's super duper not what happened, but I'm not going to spoil it. The point is, Krill is aware, and all the other Shinigami that we meet in this particular anime know that something is not quite right with Ciel, but they can't put their finger on it because as far as they're concerned, their paperwork is all checked out. Everything sounds Gucci to them. Which, you know what? We could have a whole entire discussion about the paperwork that death has to have placed on it at all times, but we ain't got time to talk about that. Side note to all of this. The reason why Grell is voiced by a male voice actor but identifies as a woman is because straight up trans. But there's no transition anything in this Victorian era anime, so we do not have time for it. Grell is girl though. It's just, she's got a deep voice. But this also brings up the fact from the Shinigami, from what little history I gave you. The Shinigami don't technically have anything. They're ambiguous. They could be anything they want to be. And the idea that the Shinigami in Black Butler are there because they are people who committed suicide and this is their punishment says a lot. Because suicide in today's modern culture has a heavy fine. In the event that you try to commit it and you succeed, you're just dead. If you try to commit it and you fail, you can get in a lot of trouble actually. You are in violation, and you're in violation of your governments is because they don't like the idea of losing people. I'm gonna be honest with you, that sounds dystopian as like, I think these people need medical attention mentally rather than being fined, but whatever. But that's essentially what is happening in Black Butler. These people are being fined super duper hard is because they did manage to commit their suicide, and this is the payment that must be rendered from. That's so why are we talking about this? Because even though the Undertaker that we see is a Grim Reaper, he's gone rogue. He doesn't even consider himself a Grim Reaper anymore, and he has not been collecting souls for quite some time. So The reason why he's not been collecting souls is because of, again, manga compliant stuff that I can't talk about, but it's super duper interesting. But we do see it here. His idea that life and death can be fabricated and undone is 99% of the main crux of his argument, which is fine. And like I said, well, we were discussing that in Book of the Atlantic, that's really not what's happening. The idea, and I have to stress that, the idea that people can somehow circumvent death and come back has been a tale as old as time. And there are many, and I do mean many, of stories across nations and countries and everything else from forever ago, describing to you, the living person hearing it, why death is at all times, always and forever, an omniscient thing that shouldn't be tampered with. There is a famous folktale of a man catching death in a container of wine. And the reason why this is bad is because death cannot do its job. And as such, the world, while the man has the death occupied, completely unravels, because if there is no death, then all the new life that comes in is going to become a burden onto the current populace. The world will run itself ragged. Obviously, death is let go, blah 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 blah. So, even though the Grim Reaper, and by this I mean all the Shinigami, have a job to do and they are not directly involved in causing the deaths, they are still taking count of it. Which is why it's interesting that the Undertaker, who literally was building coffins for these is the one that is proposing the idea that, quote, but what if people don't have to die? The idea is cute, but ultimately ineffective. When the world had exactly 2 people, yeah, there was plenty to go around. Now at almost 10 billion, there's no way. It's quite a lot under strain. It's like a house in The Sims that has way too many people in it because you installed that mod. So why are we bringing all of this up? Well, 2 reasons. Number 1, because I promised I was going to talk about all the characters I didn't get a chance to talk about while talking about all of the arcs and the 2 movies. And number 2 is because this is, I think, the big backbone of Black Butler. Because death is omnipresent all the time in the narrative, the Shinigami are therefore also present in the narrative. And their introduction, no matter when they pop up with Ciel and Sebastian, does indicate that they were there for a reason. Because this means they're there for the collection of souls. Actually, complete side tangent on this. During the Book of Circus arc, one of the Grim Reapers, Spear, literally that's his last name, is the one collecting the souls from the children that Ciel was supposed to find and didn't. And he has all of them. He has all the paperwork for them. And he's still double checking that all their cinematic records are playing and no discrepancies are happening. That right there tells you something. He's there for one purpose, to get these kids. He didn't cause the fire, that was Sebastian. He wasn't tasked with saving them, that was Ciel's job. His only job given to him was to collect their records, and he does. And he marks them as completed when it's all said and done. He doesn't actually particularly enjoy his job, but he's not going to go out of his way to not do it either. It's the reason why him and Grill often are at odds, is because Grill loves hanging out in the real world. Grill loves having a grand old time and doing whatever the to do, and also still doing her job. Spear, not so much. He just wants to hurry up, do his 9 to 5, clock out for a little bit, and do it all over again. Because until his punishment is up, he has nothing else going. For the record, the Shinigami at the beginning of this is Ronald Knox. Ronald Knox is like the bastard children of both of them. He also wants to just do his job, but also, I have accrued PTO. I'm taking it. Goodbye. So then, I suppose the next question would have to be, naturally, through this conversation, would be, then why are these 3 always popping? Because they just are the ones that are stationed around Ciel's house and also the London area. We are told in season 1, actually, when... Not even season 1. What season is it? I'll find the clip. Anyway, we're actually told that Grail got in trouble for hanging out in season 1 and doing what she did, and eventually gets her license back. But we're shown that there are higher ranking Grim Reaper than Spear, Nox, and Grail. It's just we don't see them. There are other ones running around, it's just they're not important to the story. But the implication that they do in fact exist is important to the story, because with the Undertaker being a rogue Grim Reaper, this does imply that there might be others like him who are totally unenthused with their job, that they would also like to play this, but what if we could do it a different way game? Which is fine, right? That's an interesting like storyline to seriously consider. And if I were a woman of class and culture, which I'm not, I would say that this has a lot of multifaceted dimensions to it just on a story on its own. But it's not part of the main story. The main story is about Ciel and Sebastian and what's happening with them. The Grim Reapers, the Shinigami, just so happen to be part of all of this at all times. And it's a nice homage to basically saying Ciel is always surrounded by death and destruction and all these terrible things that are going on in his life because it is the position that he has put himself in religiously and constantly. So, can I sit here and empathize with Ciel and his want for revenge? Absolutely. Do I ever at any point think that Ciel is within the wrong for wanting that revenge? Sometimes, maybe in the ways that he is deciding to go about it. Do I at any point think that the Grim Reapers are interfering with his revenge? No, not once do I think that they are interfering with what he's doing. Their job is just happening to overlap with all of the stuff that he has going on. That doesn't mean they're trying to get in on anything that he's doing. That just means they are participating in their job, and their job happens to be overlapping, and he happens to be, and I say this with love, a little bit of a spoiled brat. There, I said it. And like I've been saying for God, I don't even know how long I've been talking anymore, dude. I feel like I've been here for 3 million years. Sebastian is cultivating Ciel to be a very specific meal for him to enjoy. And if that specific meal happens to piss death off on purpose, bonus points to him. It's the reason why Grim Reapers, specifically Spear, don't much like Sebastian, is because when demons eat souls, that cinematic record goes with them. So the Grim Reapers can't mark those souls as completed and put the souls back into rotation for rebirth or whatever. Again, this is all interesting as far as storyline goes. And I think that as the anime progresses and catches up to the manga, which is going swimmingly, by the way, it'll introduce more complex and interesting questions. And 100% truth be told, when we get those new seasons, I might make a part 2 to this just to discuss probably from the public school arc to whatever new arc there is, to really encapsulate all of this and just make it one super duper long video. I mean, longer than this one. But that's what we have for the Shinigami as far as the character explanations go.
Oh, yeah!
Okay, listen. I hate Ciel's dad. I hate him so much. Can you imagine being a ghost that haunts the narrative for everything that your child does, to the point that he made a contract with a demon to eat his soul, and you're not even there to explain to your kid how much of a crappy person you were? And then to add insult to injury, you are such a bad parent that even the people who are alive who knew you can admit quietly to themselves, not out loud to your kid, he was such a I cannot express to you how aggravated it makes me to know that Vincent Phantom Hive haunts this narrative like a particularly eggy fart in a closed room. Listen, I could go on and on about the fact that Ciel is most likely viewing his father through rose-tinted glasses, because due in large part to the fact that he didn't get to have his father for a long time, and the memories he has of him are blurry and not all that good due to the trauma that he had to suffer through. That's a thing, but also we don't got time to talk about that. This section's really short because, politely, Vincent, I won't change my stance on that.
Yes, Gator.
Gun to your head! Name me 3. Damn, I fucked up again, didn't I?
No, it's not.
You wanted to say goodbye to the weak boy you were?
Nor that.
Okay, so we do actually have to touch on Madame Red for Black Butler, and I'm gonna be completely honest, Madame Red gets done dirty in Season 1 because Season 1 isn't done to the best that it can be. I vote that we should have them redo Season 1 with all the brand new animation styles and none of the filler that is riddled in Season 1, because it would actually be good for the series. But whatever, that's a me thing. Madame Red is Ciel's maternal aunt. She's literally his mother's sister. That's how that works. For the record, she's always had a big sticking point of the fact that her hair is so red that she thought she was a weirdo and it stuck out. It's a whole thing. Cue Ciel's dad, and I'm gonna be honest, I know we never meet Ciel's father proper. I'm really glad we don't. I would elbow drop that fool. I'm not even trying to be mean. It's just me being honest. So the reason why season 1 isn't done to the best of its ability is because Madame Red has a lot of character development that is not really done well in season 1 because there's so much happening. And yada yada yada, Jack the Ripper, London old-timey stuff, how is it they couldn't find anything, blah 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 blah. First of all, modern things for all of it are just not invented yet, so they were never gonna catch this, number one. And number two, think of the darkest street you've ever been down. Now make it even darker, and now make it even darker than that, and have one street lamp that is about to die. That's about the visibility that you're working with in old-timey London. Nobody could see anything. The invention of electricity was indeed a godsend. So, there. I could go into the historical stuff for Jack the Ripper, but in all honesty, I don't want to because this is a Madame Red section, and we're getting close to the end of the video, and I'm sure that you guys are tired of listening to me prattle up all these facts and logic stuff. I'm also tired of it, because we still have to get through Lau and May Rin, which is not his sister's name, I just realized, but I'm not gonna go back and double check it, basically. And then we still have to do The Undertaker, and then I get to finally pop off, and then we actually can talk about season 2. We're almost done with this, but it's just gonna be a really super long video, and I apologize for that. But here we are. Here we are. Madame Red is, in essence, a really deeply compelling character, is because we actually don't know a lot about Ciel's mother almost at all. And I'm not going to talk about manga stuff like I said. But this also means that the only person who could be a conduit onto which we, the audience, might learn about her is also gone in the narrative. Which means Ciel, for all intents and purposes, is an orphan all the way around. He has no maternal or paternal relatives that he can lean on. His mom and dad are gone. His brother, his twin, is also gone. All he has is Sebastian. Like, this is the setup for the most extreme kind of child grooming, and I don't mean it like that, right? You guys need to chill. I don't mean it like that. Ever in existence. And I would love to talk about it, but that's me projecting how I feel about certain things in regards to season 1. I'm just gonna be honest, I like Madame Red. Madame Red in season 1, when you get to see her, she's funny. She makes raunchy jokes, she takes shots at Sebastian, she gropes him to make him uncomfortable. She often tells Ciel, oh, you're just as pretty as your mother, and Ciel takes it all in stride, like an actual aunt would constantly be on him. She's also a doctor, which is really hard to do in the medical field in Victorian London times. There's no way that women really were even acknowledged as doctors, even if they did all this stuff. The last woman doctor Victorian era thing, they think they made a movie about it. She was ridiculed and made fun of by her male peers, and then she outshot them and became valedictorian because, guys, I can do this better with half the weight. That's more of a selling point for Madame Red than anything else, but realistically, we don't get a lot of time with Madame Red, and I really wish we did because there's so much happening with her, and because season 1 came out basically almost 20 years ago at this point, I'll just say spoilers and we'll go from there. Madame Red fell in love, kind of, not really, with Ciel's father, and then she actually met her own husband and really loved him. Due to tragedy unabound, her husband and her child were killed in a freak carriage accident, and it left her unable to have any more children. She is Jack the Ripper, and you would think that, man, I would love if we could explore that more in season 1. I agree. I would have also loved to explore this more in season 1. We don't have time for that. We don't have time for it. I'm being so for real. It makes me aggravated that we don't have time to discuss this like how we should. But again, it's because season 1 wasn't done right. I beg you, since season 1 is mostly filler and fanfiction, and we are not really allowed to do what we need to do, please find the manga and read the Jack the Ripper saga. That would be great, actually. TLDR, Madame Red, super fun, love her a lot. Can't go into a lot of detail because I don't know what people do and don't know, and I know that the anime is almost 20 years old, but I don't want to spoil stuff that people haven't read in the manga. So here we are. Madame Red section is criminally short, and I really wish I could make it longer, and when we finally get closer to the end of the manga arc with all the anime, I am coming back and redoing this, and then we will definitely get to talk about her. Ugh. Okay, bye.
You acting like I killed your bitch.
You did, bitch!
Oh.
私は貿易会社のしがない雇われ支店長をしていまして、ラウと言います。こちらは妹のランマを。で、あなた。
Okay, this is gonna be a really quick speed run for no other reason than the fact that Lao is really manga heavy and not so much anime heavy, because there's a lot of stuff happening specifically in the manga that just hasn't been put to anime paper yet. The real quick TLDR is Lao and Man Rao, his sister, are technically Chinese immigrants during the, I don't want to call it the Poppy War, because I feel like that's wrong, but I'm not really in the mood to check. Basically, they're foreign immigrants from China that have come over for a trading business. It is low-key implied through several different arcs that the trading business might be a tad illegal, but he runs the illegal trading company just like the Queen's watchdog is the head of the underground cabal that the Queen knows about and doesn't do anything about because she needs these specific criminals to take care of the other criminals, because that's just a thing that happens. If it sounds stupid, it's because it is. To be completely honest, I actually really like Lao whenever we do get to see him, and we don't get to see him a lot, is because I think he's super funny, because sometimes he just looks at CL and goes, damn, that's a shame, sounds like that's a you problem though. Like, he doesn't really care what's happening with CL. It's just, Lao knew CL's father, Vincent, and it's like, okay, this is his kid, that's fine, I guess, whatever. I'll deal with it. He's a businessman, and he's a practical businessman. There's nothing wrong with practical business people in narratives, it's just, it is really super duper hard to write off the fact that Lao, being a slightly illegal dealer of exotic goods, is part of the narrative and it's part of the charm of him. To be frank with everybody here, the reason why I really like Black Butler, and specifically Lao and his sister being foreign immigrants who have managed to carve out a space in Victorian London, is because that's actually a thing that did happen in Victorian London. If you've ever watched Blue Eye Samurai, this also comes to fruition in Japan. Japan's borders were forced open by European immigrants demanding trade with them. China suffered mostly the same kind of wild abuse at the hands of the English. They weren't seen as people, they were seen as people who had exotic commodities that the English wanted and then immediately no-scoped out of there because it just wasn't up to what they wanted. Literally, England took over 99% of the world for spices and everything else, and then actually tried them and were like, we can't eat this. No, duh, you can't eat it. You're not from the culture. You don't start a little kid off with 9-alarm chili. You start them off with, here's a really semi-spicy fruit and we'll go up from there. You don't start out a master, you have to go slow, but because they didn't do that, they just wanted the spices and blah 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 blah. I don't really want to talk about too much of history. This is because we're getting close to the end and I am tired. Long story short, Lao is a fun character in Black Butler is because Lao, being an illegal businessman, does encapsulate a specific type of culture in Victorian London. Criminals were able to get away with a lot in history because they served a function to the ruling power. Great example of this in modern history for people who don't know. The United States government during World War II specifically had the mafias of several prominent families out on the coast to run defense around Cuba. However, the United States government did tell them, since we're doing this under the table and on the down low, if you get caught, we won't help you. You are on your own. They knew the risk of this and said bet, and did it anyway because they were getting paid money, which is a really great motivator for people to get stuff done. Lao operates more or less the same, him being a semi-illegal dealer of odds and entities from the Far East, is able to get away with a lot of stuff because the authorities can't really touch him because he's keeping everything above books, and all the stuff that's under the table illegal by the books is completely sanctioned by the Queen of England because, well, he's technically helping the Queen's guard dog do all of the stuff that she's asking to be done. Once upon a time it was Vincent, now it's CL. The only difference between CL and his father is that CL is a child and Lao treats him exactly that way. He treats him as a child all the time because he doesn't see CL as an equal in almost anything, like ever at all, because he can't, because he refuses to, which I think is funny, and that's it, right? That's it. That's the entire thing. Lao is an semi-illegal businessman, and he's actually very good at his job, and he takes the piss out of CL all the time. That's it. That's all the Lao sections. On to the Undertaker.
Oh, don't you get excited, Mr. Pill Popper, man. Ain't no perks over here. I got a worm.
Undertaker?
Oh, hello there.
What are you doing?
Forced labor. I was on my way to the deck when they stopped me and told me to help carry this thing.
Okay, so we won't actually waste too much time on the Undertaker section for no other reason than we already went through the Shinigami, and I kind of talked about this in the Book of the Atlantic arc. Basically, Undertaker is set up so far in the later arcs as an antagonist, where in the beginning seasons he was more of a guy who just happened to be around and helped Ciel and Sebastian do all of their stuff, which is not a bad thing for a character progression to do. In fact, it makes a lot of sense that the Undertaker being a more intelligent antagonist in the series this late in the game proves that he's always been there watching and paying attention. It's just he's never had any reason to actually care what Sebastian and Ciel were doing in the earlier seasons, because it wasn't really something he had to worry about. His entire plan is completely contingent on the cursed dolls and stitching people's lives back together to circumvent their ending, because death, he has decided, is not something he particularly wants to play a game with, which is fine. Like I've said, that's a great character motivation for it, and I feel like it's very, very important for us to remember that yes, the end, as far as death goes, is the definitive final that everything happens with. What does that mean? Because it sounds like a bunch of hoo-ha. Thanks. In the song by Halsey for her album The Great Impersonator, there is a lyric in the song The Great Impersonator that asks, does a story die with its narrator? Which is literally what the Undertaker's question is. Does a person's story have to end just because we are told it ends? Or can I keep adding to the story so it is never allowed to stop? Which again, that's a really great idea for an antagonist who is a literal embodiment of death. I think that Undertaker is actually a very classy villain, even though he's presented to us as a little bit off of his rocker, which is fine. Him being a little off his rocker and also being very, very weird in how he discusses things makes him a really compelling and interesting character, and he actually does stand out in the series because of it. What I mean by that is, where so many other people seem to have darker hair or even red or blonde hair, the Undertaker is specifically designed with white hair to set him apart from most other people. It helps distinguish him clearly and definitively from most other characters. It's also worth noting that, yeah, Sebastian, next time that he meets Undertaker, is a little bit hesitant to fight him, because on Book of the Atlantic, Sebastian recalls the Undertaker not only was able to fight him, but he was also fighting all the other Shinigami at the exact same time, and he was able to hold his own, and Sebastian did in fact get his rocked. So he's very aware of the fact that Undertaker is an opponent that he does have to, at the very least, actually try to fight against without trying to be a smartass, because as it said, he's a Grim Reaper. That's not me reaching, by the way. That is something that is explicitly said out loud in Book of the Atlantic.
He's a Grim Reaper! That brings back memories. It's been half a century since anyone called me that.
This whole time the Undertaker was a Grim Reaper?
So why are we bringing this up? Great question. We're bringing this up is because, yeah, the Undertaker is a bit of a silly, goofy little guy in Season 1. When we get to Book of the Atlantic, Public School arc, and all the other arcs that proceed after it, the Undertaker reminds you pretty quickly, actually, that not only is he playing a very, very different game compared to everybody else, he is playing this game knowing damn good and well that nobody else is going to be able to meet him on his level. Sebastian is an immortal monster. He is a demon, and yet Grim Reapers can kill demons. Anything that their scythe touches is out of the game. Sebastian knows this. The Grim Reapers know this. The Undertaker is very aware of this and is not scared to actually physically hit Sebastian on purpose in order to win a fight. I can appreciate a man who literally looks at somebody stronger than him and goes, bet. Like, it's a very compelling character arc. He's a weird, goofy little guy, but he's a weird, goofy little guy with a plan and no to give. I can appreciate and stand by it.
Oh, so you got handgun. Well, I got hands and gun.
Okay, so we are officially on to the part where I just talk about Black Butler Season 2, because I know I glossed over it way back at the beginning of this video, but we do straight up just need to talk about it in its entirety, divorced from Season 1. And I'm gonna be honest, season 2 of Black Butler is absolutely anime original that has no backing in the actual, like, story of Black Butler. But it's also doing something very specific thematically that I feel is worth unpacking, especially for analyzing complex stories like this. So, let's discuss it. Black Butler Season 2 is not based on the manga, it's not based on anything that Yanotobuso has ever done. It's written after Season 1 already just straight up hardcore diverged into its own thing. But it was built to continue the anime's darker, more tragic continuity because it's essentially high-budget fanfiction, but it's high-budget fanfiction that actually takes what they already diverged from and expand upon it in a way that makes sense. It's a deliberate escalation of everything unsettling about Season 1, assuming you know nothing about the manga. And because this entire video, that I feel is going to be literally a million years long, and I apologize so much for it, and if you made it this far, thanks. Season 2 makes sense if all you've ever seen is the anime, and you don't know any of the backstory that goes with it. Now, I feel like a lot of people already know everything that's going on with Black Butler, but I just want to talk about it. So here's the core shift that we do need to discuss. It goes from Season 1 being cases and logic and structure, and diverges hard into psychological horror, and that psychological horror comes with obsession and ownership and the emotional rot of specifically Alois. It stops asking who committed the crime for Ciel, because Ciel has lost his memories in Season 2. A vast majority of Season 2 he's operating without the full picture, and it starts asking who owns the child and what does that mean for the ownership of the soul that these demons are fighting over. And you would think in Season 2, Alois is already beholden to Claude insofar as a soul is going. Claude shouldn't care about Ciel, but that's not true. Claude wants Ciel because he straight up stole Ciel from Sebastian at the diverged end of Season 1, and Alois is just a, well, I mean, I'm already getting a meal, I might as well get a dessert while I'm at it. And the reason why this is so messed up is because Alois and Ciel are just broken mirrors of each other, where Soma and Agni are like a one-for-one mirror for Ciel and Sebastian. Claude and Alois are like the broken mirror that they are, because Alois is loud and chaotic and desperate for love, and he weaponizes his own trauma constantly against a demon who actively does not love him, and he is an openly broken little boy, and we are told in very clear order he is a child who suffered the same fate as Ciel, but instead of like going down Ciel's route of becoming this very mean, calculating person, he became very hypersexual, and his cruelty is born from what he believes is him emulating the trauma that was done to him. Whereas Ciel is controlled and composed, and he basically explains away all of his exploitation by Sebastian as duty, and also the exploitation by the Queen as the duty for the crown and the Queen of England. And the worst part about it is that Ciel hides all of his trauma behind the status he thinks he's inherited, when that's not true. And the reason why this matters is because Alois is Ciel without the mask of aristocracy to hide behind. Alois is basically, if Ciel was just a random normal little boy who somehow managed to summon a demon, would this be what he would be like? Pretending to be a noble so that way he could get what he wants and go where he needs to go? The only difference between them in Fanfiction Universe Season 2 is that Alois was born a street rat and he died a street rat. Ciel wasn't, but that doesn't mean that what happened to him, the abuse and sexual exploitation, didn't happen. It just means that Ciel was already born into a family of status, and it still happened to him. Alois exposes something very uncomfortable in Season 2. Ciel isn't better. He's just more socially acceptable in the Victorian era, and that's not filler energy. That's thematic confrontation. I know a lot of people write off Season 2. I also write off Season 2 as straight up 100% fan fiction, but it's fan fiction that is doing a lot of work and saw us through in between Season 1 to Season 3. A lot of people would go back and point to Season 2 as like, well, this happened, and then got told it's fanfiction, it doesn't count. Other than Alois and Ciel though, Claude and Sebastian are also doing a lot of work in this because they're the exact same monster, they just come in different flavor. Would you like strawberry or watermelon for your abuse? That's the difference. Claude is just straight up cold. He actually doesn't know how to be a butler past what he thinks a butler does, and he also doesn't pretend to care about Alois. He really doesn't. He often looks and treats Alois like a very annoying bird, and I do mean that like on purpose. Sebastian, on the other hand, as we see through all of these other seasons, is charismatic, and he actually pretends that he cares about Ciel, but he is still absolutely predatory in every season, even this fan fiction season. He's still a predator. Season 2 strips away the illusion that Sebastian is special, that Ciel is an outlier in all of this. Season 2 paints a fanfiction universe of, if there are demons, are there other people who have also managed to summon them and are also walking around with contracts? Because we already see that the Grim Reapers, the Shinigami, run around all the time. Everything that's happened in the actual canon events of this series are constantly always at play. Season 2 basically is just, okay, before all the canonical seasons that we have to draw on, what if we actually examine that? What if there was another person with a demon and a contract? And how would that look? How would that play out? Sebastian isn't special in Season 2. He's just the version of Exploitation that happens to look nicer, and the version of Exploitation that we, the audience, have come to expect when talking about Black Butler. Claude is just the demon who does not give a fuck about performance or politeness or turning up the charm, because the little boy who summoned him doesn't know anything about charm and performance and politeness, and who stole his status because of course he did. If you boil it down, Season 2 is obsessed with ownership, with performance versus reality, with trauma responses. I know a lot of people don't think of it like that, but that is exactly what happens. Ciel's trauma response is repression. He pulls back into himself, but Alois is different. He explodes out. He makes it everybody's problem because that's all he knows how to do. That's the only way he's ever gotten anything to happen to him in life, is to express it. So the trauma response is following what works. Human beings basically work like a slot machine in our brains. If I do A, people respond with B, which gets me C, and that's not going to work because that's not going to make the slot machine in my brain scream out and say, yeah, you got the jackpot, so we'll have to try again. And you just keep doing it. Alois found out that him being a loudmouth little brat, him being hypersexual, and him having a demon gets him the jackpot. So of course he does it. The ownership in this is really f***ed up too, is because it's about contracts and souls and bodies and identity. It strips away everything that Ciel is, as far as we understand him in Season 1, and boils him back down to what he is. Him and Alois are both 12 to 13-year-old boys who had terrible things happen to them and who have demons who are going to eat them. And the demons just happen to be fighting over who gets Ciel's soul because Ciel's soul tastes a little bit better to them. That's it. That's the main difference. And it's really messed up is because this means it's not even that Claude wants to keep the soul that he already has on his hook. It's not about loyalty or even love. It's about dependency and control, and that's so much worse when you think about this in conjunction with the boys that are having to live through this. Yes, Season 2 is fanfiction. It has all the fanfiction energy and everything that goes with it. But it does something that Season 1, even though it diverged, doesn't. It says the quiet parts out loud. It removes the ambiguity that comes with it. It forces uncomfortable parallels to be present all the time. The only difference between Alois and Ciel is the fact that Ciel was born a very affluent child, but him and Alois are the exact same. They don't like it when they lose games. They don't like having to play this game of being polite and proper beyond what they think is the important part to do. They want to get stuff done how they want it to be done, and that's the end of it. You can absolutely read Season 2 as non-canon and messy and over the top, and fan fiction. And the worst part is you wouldn't even be wrong. But if you read it thematically, it is doing something. It's just it's not doing something in the canon universe that Black Butler operates on. It takes everything seductive about Black Butler and it makes it uncomfortable to enjoy, because we are constantly, always aware that Alois is annoying and cruel and over the top, but the reaction is intentional because Alois represents something really important in this season 2 fanfiction. Alois is trauma without refinement. Ciel just happens to have the backing of being the child of an earl and all of the aristocratic status that goes with it to hide behind, but Alois doesn't, so he doesn't have to perform control. He doesn't make his suffering palatable to anybody that happens to see him. He doesn't have to care that he's acting like a 12 to 13-year-old boy when he clings and screams and hurts other people because he has been hurt. And when he demands love in ugly ways, you have to confront the uncomfortable truth that that makes sense. Because despite what we like to tell ourselves for season 2, Ciel and Alois are the same on a functional level. And I really wish that wasn't true, but it is very interesting that that is something that is happening. Do I think Claude and Alois are particularly interesting insofar as season 2? Yeah, divorced from everything, if we're just going off fanfiction land, it's 100% they're very interesting. But when you put it connected to everything that is canon, they fall flat because it doesn't make sense. So I can admit, I particularly like season 2. I think it's a fun diversion into fanfiction. And also, I will say it again, because I said it before, Sebastian in this isn't fighting Claude because he loves Ciel. He's fighting Claude because he'll be damned if someone is going to steal his meal right from out underneath him and he's not going to put up a fight about it. That's really the only difference from canon Sebastian and fanfiction Sebastian. All they did was crank up Sebastian's possessiveness to 12 and called it good. I know that I've been bitching and moaning and complaining for going on, I think, like 5 million hours at this point, but since we are at the end of the video, if you've watched nothing else, this is the TLDR. To be 100% completely frank and honest, Black Butler is a very complex, complicated story, because divorced from everything else that I've talked about in every single arc, divorced from the very beautiful art style, the actual major boiling point of this story is the fact that Ciel and Sebastian's relationship is the main crux of what's happening, which is fine. It's fine. The problem is so much of the fandom of Black Butler seems to ship an immortal monster who's 1,000,000 years old, basically, if I'm rounding it down, and a 13 to 14-year-old little boy. I cannot stress to you how weird and gross that is. We don't even have time to go into all of it. But if I have to go into it, here's where I'm going to go into it. Statistically speaking, just based on the Epstein files, so much child predation happens everywhere in the world. And I don't think that Yana Toboso, the actual creator of Black Butler, is trying to push the Sebastian and Ciel ship. I think that she's doing it specifically to bait the audience into assuming that this is what is happening, and therefore is actually setting up the biggest reveal yet that hasn't happened in the manga. Like, I'm recording this in 2026 in April, so a lot of stuff hasn't happened yet or even been put to, like, anime. If I'm being completely frank about it, I don't know when or we're gonna get there. The point is, if this relationship that she's been very meticulously cultivating has been set up in such a way that the fandom has been shipping it, if that gets reversed uno'd and is proven to be 100% Sebastian has always just been protecting his food, that would be a really great, like, subversion of the plot. However, and I can't believe I have to explain this, that doesn't excuse how the fandom by and large has been pushing this relationship. The reason why the last part of this video was the fan fiction season 2 Alois and Claude is because Alois and Claude is the fanfic version of Ciel and Sebastian cranked up to 11. It's not supposed to make you think that this is a deep, loving relationship. I know that I have been saying the will they, won't they plot for this video for quite a while for Sebastian and Ciel, and I stand by that, because that's how it's been presented to us, the audience. But if I'm gonna be frank about it, that's not really what's happening. Sebastian is a monster protecting his food source. In the Emerald Witch arc, we do see that he's more than happy to, at any time, willing to yank the cord on this deal because he doesn't actually have to give Ciel what he wants. He already has Ciel's soul. It's already written down in the paperwork. I get your soul no matter what happens. It's just to make it fair and even, whatever the that means, to a demon, I'm gonna have to fulfill my end of the bargain. And I said it before and I'll say it again. Sebastian could at any time just get all of this done, find everything that he needs to find, bring these people to Ciel on a silver platter, and call it good. It would take him one Memorial Day weekend, maybe the whole month of May, if he felt so inclined to drag it out for his own shits and giggles. But that's not what is happening. This is a sick game to a monster. And that's the whole reason why he's doing any of this. Because a sick game, ugh, the ice melted in this. The sick game, the hunt, is what's really driving him to do any of this. This is 100% theory on my part, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Sebastian has probably had more masters than anybody can pin down. It's just this is the first master that we've seen him having to work with, which is Ciel. Because this is the first master we've seen of him, my computer turned off, because this is the first master we've seen him actually having to do anything with, this means that we're front and center to the depravity of Sebastian, and the depravity of Sebastian, an immortal demon with zero regard for human life, is only playing this game insofar as he has to play it for the child that he is bound to. And that's really all it is. Sebastian is bound to Ciel. Ciel is a child despite how much he tries so hard not to be. And because of his youth, just call it what it is, he doesn't actually know what sick, twisted things a demon could actually come up with. But let's be 100% frank. Human beings have been writing different ways to mess with each other on paper for as long as we've been able to write. And we've been doing it to each other just as long as we've been alive on this planet. This means, by and large, human beings set the standard for everything in the world. The level of depravity that we as human beings are willing to read about, write about, and even pretend to shy away from in, open public, not maybe behind closed doors, but that's a whole different conversation, is totally entirely dependent on the fact of what you personally are willing to read. Me, I know where my hard lines are for fiction. If it has it in it, it's an immediate, I'm going to exit out and just not bother with it. Some people, there's a reason why Dead Dove Do Not Eat is a tag on AO3. People are willing to read that. I can admit, no. I don't particularly like reading Dead Dove Do Not Eat unless there's other stuff that goes with it, like extreme angsty tragedy that makes sense with the story that's already written with it. Sure, willing to read it. Just straight up Dead Dove Do Not Eat for the sake of it? No, but that's my personal line. Your personal line might be something totally completely different, and that's okay. The point of Black Butler, though, is Yana Topiso has been setting up Sebastian and Ciel with this will they won't they plot, and it's garnered a lot of fanfiction, so much fanfiction about them, which is fine, right? Some people are weird and really need to go to therapy. We do not have time to talk about that. I personally don't care. It's not important, even though it is. But the story itself, to me, doesn't really lend itself to that lens. The reason why it doesn't is because it makes no sense that somebody who's... Alright, I'm gonna explain this. Everything that I brought up and prattled on about in each of the arcs, the Circus arc, the Murder arc, the Emerald Witch arc, even though I really didn't get into a lot of stuff, the Public School arc, even though I had to go do researching for this, it doesn't mean that Yana Topiso did all the research for this. It means that she probably did rudimentary research just enough to be able to put it into her story and kept going. Because the actual plotline of the story, little boy summons demon to enact revenge, that's a really good story right there. Putting it in Victorian England, where there's a lot less oversight of police and child welfare, just adds to it. Realistically, if the story was set in any other time period, we would still be able to get the story of Ciel and Sebastian doing whatever it is they do. It just wouldn't be as compelling as the story is because Ciel wouldn't be able to run a company that his family owned. He wouldn't be able to wander around with the police despite being the Queen's guard dog, because there is no Queen of England. He wouldn't be able to do half the stuff he's doing. He would be forced to go to school because that is a standard most countries have for their children. Go to school, bare minimum, and he also wouldn't be able to have all of these people working under him and living in his house. They don't do that anymore, I don't think, in England. I might be wrong, so somebody could fact check me on that. I'm not particularly in the mood to look it up and particularly in the mood to care. Point of the matter is, yes, Black Butler as a story works even divorced from Victorian London. You just have to work hard for it. By putting it in the setting of Victorian London with so much stuff that works in its favor, it makes it a better story. Do I think that Yana Toboso is trying really, really hard to push this Sebastian and CL whatever ship? No, I think that is mostly the fans doing that, and she is fueling the fandom for it because she wants you to get to a point where you're really, really tragically invested in CL getting his revenge and Sebastian, I guess, learning to be more of a person. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Sebastian is becoming more of a person. I think this is the longest time he's ever actually spent having to play this game, that he's having to upgrade his acting skills as the years are going on, because that's what the contract is calling for. He doesn't actually care about humanity. He's a very, very good, talented actor that is hamming it up every single time. Whatever needs to happen for the plot to continue, he's going to do it. He doesn't care about CL. That's a food source. He doesn't care about the servants, Tanaka, May Rin, Finny, or Bard. They're just cannon fodder to him. He doesn't care about any of the side characters that we've met and grown to love, including Snake, who's a recently new addition to the servants of Phantom Hive House. And I cannot help but feel bad, is because everything that's happening in the manga that I can't talk about because I don't want to spoil it for people, makes this really apparent super hard. So what is the grand explanation for all this? Boiled down to brass tacks, here's what's happening. Sebastian is a very good actor. Sebastian is an immortal monster. Sebastian is hungry as hell constantly because he's waiting to make the perfect meal out of this one soul, when in theory he doesn't have to do all of this. He could have finished this 6-7 years ago when CL first got him. He's drawing it out because he wants to play this game because it's fun to him. It's not boring to him. Is that a good character motivation for someone who's a literal monster? Sure is. That's a great motivation for someone who's not a monster. But it's not something I think most people are thinking about, like, consciously. I think at the back of your head, you're constantly remembering, no, Sebastian's a weirdo. He's a super freak of the highest order. But I don't think you're thinking about it as you're reading it, because Sebastian is helping CL, and by extension, that helping CL out is like the main crux of what we, the audience, are rooting for. We want CL to get his revenge because he is a little boy who's lost and alone in the world and doesn't really understand what he's going through or what he's doing. At least, I don't think he understands what he's going through and what he's doing like how an adult would. Again, if the story was about a 24 or 25-year-old person making all these same decisions, we would be a lot harsher on them. But because CL is a child, we are willing to give grace to the decisions that are being made. And we should. CL is an abused, traumatized, sexual assault survivor, and I'm not going to censor that because I don't think it should be, who summoned a monster to help him get revenge for the murder of his family. That's a lot to put on a kid who had all of this happen to them before they were even the double digit. I am willing to forgive CL for a lot of the stuff he does because I don't think he actually understands what it is that he's doing. I don't. I think he understands that life and death and killing people are bad, but I don't think he understands what it is that's going to happen to him when all of this is said and done. That's a way more complicated, more complex story that I think we need to talk about and we need to be more discerning about. We need to be able to admit out loud that yes, CL is a traumatized child. Yes, he deserves his revenge for all the stuff that's happening to him and what happened to his family. Yes, we are rooting for CL getting his revenge and all the other stuff that's happening in the narrative. We do not have to also condone the fact that Sebastian is too touchy-feely with this child. We can admit the fact that Sebastian knows that CL, being a child of sexual assault and sexual abuse, and just in general assault and abuse for who knows how long while he was stuck where he was stuck, is capitalizing on that and is making it a point to exploit it. There are plenty of creators here who went through similar things who have admitted out loud that due to their trauma, both regular and sexual, a lot of weird stuff happened to them mentally because of it. We could talk about that all day, but it's not really anything that somebody's going to listen to. So if this is the part where you clocked in and this is the only part of the video you watch, first of all, thanks. Second of all, kudos to everybody who made it this far if they watched the whole video. But most importantly, we have to acknowledge and we have to admit, at least to ourselves, Sebastian knows what he's doing in order to keep CL close to him, to make him the arbiter that onto which CL bases all of his CL is a child. He might be in his teenage years, but that doesn't mean anything. You could still be exploited no matter your age. So, my glasses are reflecting literally everything. I'm so sorry. So what does this boil down to? It boils down to the fact that, still icy. It boils down to the fact that we as the audience do have to admit that yes, everything that we want for CL is happening because of his choices, but we can also feel bad for him because those choices are going to have catastrophic implications down the road. Because once it gets to the end of this story, I don't think Sebastian is suddenly going to reverse Uno his decision and be like, I love this little kid so much, I just don't want to eat him. Apex predators don't think like that. They've never thought like that. Great example of an apex predator, polar bear. Polar bears are constantly thinking about their food source. They are constantly thinking, how much calories am I gonna waste to go get this food? How much calories am I gonna get when I eat this food? Sebastian would be pretty much the same. How many calories have I wasted on this kid to even get his soul to this perfect meal status? Because I promise you that if it's more calories than Sebastian put out to keep him alive, he's definitely going to eat CL because he didn't waste all this time just to get cheated out of his food source. There's no way. Even in fanfiction season 2 land, Sebastian didn't hate Claude because, oh no, he was stealing my waifu. It was, this is going to try and steal my sandwich right out from underneath me. I will elbow drop him. That's it. That's all it was. We can admit that. So what is the big takeaway from this? Black Butler is actually a really fun anime. If you completely ignore everything else that I've said in this video, it's fun. It's hammy. It's got cool things going on. The fashion is top tier. 10 out of 10 would recommend. But if you actually think about half of the stuff that I did say and keep it in mind, what do we know? Black Butler, as per the thumbnail, is a very complex, complicated story. There's a lot of things that just straight up we don't talk about because there's just not time to talk about it. And most of the people who want to have these discussions in the Black Butler fandom sometimes get kneecapped by the fans who are like, you're just yucking my yum for all the fan fiction I read. Girl, please, don't even. Go read whatever. Do you see half the stuff I have on my bookshelf? I still have Neil Gaiman and like a bunch of other problematic authors. Not in this room, somewhere else in the house. I promise you, you can't yuck people's yums. You can't. You can be rude about it, but you can't make them feel a specific way about it. Chill out. You should be able to enjoy your stuff and also be able to have an adult conversation with others and explain, yes, it is totally problematic. 10 out of 10, totally problematic. But it is something that I found value in. Great example. All the way down there at the bottom of my bookshelf, I have John Carter of Mars. I read John Carter of Mars. I hated John Carter of Mars. There's a lot of problematic elements within the narrative, and I still read it. And you want to know what? As much as I dislike it, I'm glad I read it. I learned a lot about it. You have to read in order to be able to write a book or understand like any media that you're watching. Here's an excellent example. In the video game Legacy of Kain, which I didn't personally play, I watched my friend play it because I've always watched people play video games because in all honesty, I am kind of bad at everything except Dark Souls. I know, what a weird flex. The only game I'm good at is the game that everybody else bitches and moans about. In the game Legacy of Kain, you are told point blank that the monster you're playing as, Raziel, was actually Legacy of Kain 2, Soul Reaver. Sorry, that specific one. You're told that the character you're playing as is Raziel, was a very high-ranking general for this vampire named Kain, and after some hoopla, I'm not going to spoil it for people because I don't know who's played it or not, and getting like low-key betrayed, he's on a revenge quest and you're really rooting for him, but you are constantly reminded of the fact that he's not a good person. He just happens to be our protagonist. This is the same concept for Black Butler. You want CL to get his revenge, but you are constantly also aware of the fact that he's not really a good person. He's killed a lot of people, actually. Whether directly or indirectly, he's still doing it. That's the point. We should be able to have adult conversations about the media we consume. And I will never get off of that hill. I will die on that hill. I will bury people on that hill, actually, if you give me enough time. So, thank you so much for watching. Thank you. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day.